working. Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ah! No way! Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? It's an accident. Freaking Beetle. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Dinell, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I want my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished. Oh, time to beat 23 hours, 28 minutes. Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks. Hello, it's me. I was wondering. Yo, what's up, guys? It's Ping Pong Moosters. What's up, Doctor? How you doing? How you doing? How's everyone doing? Where's my? How's everyone doing? Why does the camera look so weird? What the hell? Boom. Looks really weird. A second. The light is further away than usual. I just cleaned my room, that's why. And I didn't clean it well enough. There's still hair in places. Anyway. Let's see. These buttons work, which is nice. Ooh, first. I'm the first chatter, though. The light's actually very bright in my face. Okay. Today, we're not going to do anything too crazy. We're going to be playing video games. We're going to be playing Mario 64. Yeah, I think that's all we're doing. What's up, Nathan? How you doing? How you doing? How are ya? PPP? Ping pong pastors? I'm a pastor. You get it? Pastor. That was dumb.
Hello there.
Still in the shower. Why are you texting in the shower, bro? Kind of sussy baka, if you ask me. Let me press speedrun on. No, I'll press it later. Sheesh. Take comfort in knowledge that I'm currently totally nude. Hey, listen. It's perfectly normal. Okay? We all get nude every single day. Probably, most of us. If, you know, you take a shower or you have sexual relations. You know, it's a pretty normal thing. And I am taking comfort in it. No. I'm just observing it. Oh, this light is actually... This light is too powerful. What's down, peepee? What's down? My peepee. But you get it? I don't know. Everything's pretty good. Well, today was a pretty lazy day, but feeling better versus yesterday.
Hello there.
Ready to do a bunch of runs. Sorry, the lights placement was really weird. Gonna run in before I sleep? Hell yeah, baby. What's up, Nick? By the way, I gotta talk to you about the guy for the anime reaction vids. think I might do that. Might end up doing that. Okay.
Hello there.
What is up, Armando? Oh, I forgot to open live split. I screw up on that sometimes. How you doing, though, Nick? And how are you doing, Nathan? Better be doing okay. Currently got a 50-50 survival rate. You are? That is pretty sucky, bro. But you know what? Practice makes better, as they always say. 3, 2, 1, bam! Sorry, I just need the live split to pop up, Nick, and then we're going to start on the run. Let me first erase this. I love this song. There we go. 25:39. Will we get sub 25 today? We freaking better. I think we will. No, I'm a dreamer. It's the main place I need to de-rust since it's losing me the most time. Yeah, you gotta practice there in Usamune a lot, I feel like. Ugh. But how are y'all doing? How's life going? How's you know? It's Friday, guys. Let's go, right? I cleaned the basement. Smells like bleach now. You know? So if I forgot to set up the heart rate monitor. Sorry, guys. If someone reminds me, I'll set it up after this run. Technically, I could just set it up now, but Nick wants to see me run. I'm on my way, oh sweet home. Barry, maybe I want to do a run against you right now. I'll get sub 25 first. I have the skills to get better than sub 25, but I have the attitude to do much worse. Ooh, let's go. Lakitu right away is pretty nice, though. Let's go. I believe in you. Thanks, bro. Lakitu is pretty nice to get. I saved 8 seconds with that opening. And the opening affects me because I'm dumb like that. What's the fastest people have done this? Okay. Obviously bomb clip would be faster. Ooh. No way. That might be my fastest. That might be that might be the fastest I've done it. Like that might be a golden split for a long time. Minus 4 seconds, bro. Let's go. No matter how the rest of this run goes, I'm excited to get PBs again. Yesterday, I was just not in the right state of mind. I'm feeling much better today. Ugh. And it's Friday, bro. I mean, every day is Friday for me, but still. Let's go. I could get a 21-28. Imagine. Ooh, I should get the app ready for BLJs. I mean, I might lose the run to BLJs, to be honest. Nice, nice. I just ground pounded into oblivion, and I screwed that up. That was bad. Tonight. Okay. Here we gotta be careful and not read chat. That's the strategery required of this section. That might be bad. That might be bad. Yeah. I knew it was bad, bro. I felt it. I don't know why I still went for it. Okay. I wasn't drunk yesterday. Wait. I gotta get the app for... There we go. Good ad. Did you really like the update? Shut up! I don't care. What update? Stupid ad. I'm on the way. Why do I keep screwing that up?
Hello there.
I'm on the way. Home, sweet home. Why am I going for this star? I missed the other star. That's okay. I'll remember. I was reading Yuri manga. Wait, what? Oh, yesterday I wasn't. Yesterday you weren't in chat, so I wasn't aware. Ooh, I didn't even see Mario when I did that. King Wing Chow Cow. Nice. How you doing, Dalton? How's life? You've been reading a lot of Lolicon. I didn't need that information, but cool. I guess for you, it's just like, if you're a child, if you're a kid, if you're a teenager, child, if you're underage and you watch underage porn, you should go to jail. Just kidding. Oh, I finally did it right. I think a comedian made that joke. Like, kids who watch porn or something, like illegal or something. I don't know. Oh, I feel like I'm not on the side enough. I can't tell. That might be good. Yeah, let's go. Okay, good. You're joking? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if you're joking. Earlier, I said I just woke up because I was drunk, but I was actually just reading some super fluffy. Yeah, how do you not know if you're drunk or not? What's up, Angel? How you doing? I'm not your daddy, but how are you? Hey. I'll be by your side. I won't be by your side, guys. Oh, you just did an archery tournament? Nice. How did it go? Did you get first place, son? If you didn't, you're dead to me. Okay, I usually don't do it that way, but I'll take it, I guess. I'm doing this pretty slow. I'm not your daddy! Ugh. Yesterday, like 2/3 of the whole stream, all were talking about beer. Yeah, that is true. Yesterday's stream was pretty short, though. Because I don't know. I wasn't feeling that good, I guess. Look how much screwing up not getting canonless first try does. It loses like 15 seconds. I did everything else fairly decently. When nighttime it runs out, children they ride high. Oh my god, if I missed that, bro, I would have gone crazy. I pressed the wrong button. Oh my god. That was pretty bad. And that was even worse. Nice. 80% of the series I'm currently reading and waiting on updates for are Yuri romances. My god, can you dive? Thank you. I'd go for regular romance, but it's just rarely as fluffy, except Lovely Complex. Lovely Complex, hella fluffy. Bro, I don't know how some of you guys watch or read romances. It's like so... I don't know. Like, why would I want to think about romance when there's no romance in my life? Oh, personally. I don't do that trick where you could skip it because I'm not fast enough to do that, but we should be okay here. Just so you know, as soon as I joined, I didn't leave. I was just playing GoldenEye. Gotcha. Cool. Going for the world record, yeah? You've been getting PBs lately in that game. I did good and it was my team, and it takes a day or two to check for first, and the girl I shot by... Oh, I thought you shot a girl. I was like, hell yeah, incels. Just kidding. That's a joke. Oh, okay, let's do this. Okay, that was actually good. Was good, but not better than me, and she was looking fine too, and I probably will never see her again, but she's still fine. How old is she? Around your age? I'm not your daddy. Romance gives me hope that one day there'll be romance in my life. Bro, just look for romance instead of reading about it. I don't know. I got really tired about... I personally got tired of like romance or like just thinking about things without acting upon them. Because I did that for so much of my life. Like, oh, this girl likes me, I should make a move. And I would do nothing. This is when I was younger. Or, you know, I have this great idea, but I do nothing. You know? I'm tired of that. Oh, did you guys see that? That was sexy. Let's go. Okay. Not what I wanted to do, but it works. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, I almost got paralyzed. Oh, this game is scary. Hey, what's up, doctor? Question of the day. I'm not gonna look at chat for a bit. Sorry, guys. Whew. I should probably go for that, but still scared of it, I guess. Hey, that was good. VR. I wonder who that is. The Dino Master. Nope, don't hit it. Oh, I did it! I actually did it. I remembered the stair trick. You're getting a vision? What's your vision? My game froze and now my computer's being weird. Ah, it sucks. 3 seconds off world record on one level. Sheesh. Girls liked you when you were younger. Show off. Yeah. I don't know. Ah! There was a girl that asked me to prom in high school. And 2 girls, actually. And I was like, I'm not going to prom. What are you, crazy? I'm not a loser. One of them is married now. The other one, I have no idea. It's hard to read chat when it moves so quickly with 10,000 viewers. Sorry if I missed anything. Glad to see you triple jumping like a boss. Thank you. Is it a vision of Pink getting some bitches?
Hello there.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Armando? Question mark? Dino Nuggies. No, sadly. I don't know, guys. You know, you keep talking about me getting bitches. Virgin roleplay, isn't that what stream is normally? Hey, you can't talk about virgins like that, okay? Not on Twitch. You could get canceled. And by you, I mean me. Listen, if I got girls, if I got women, I wouldn't be streaming, okay, guys? And then what? Then you guys would be like, why aren't you streaming? On the Discord. And I'll be like, bro, you wanted me to get bashes, and I got women, and now I can't stream. You know what I mean? Like, what do you want from me? That might be good if I don't screw up the long jump. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was sexy, baby. That was sexy. That felt good. Okay, that was bad. 3 days until Ask Butterfly Girl out. Let's go. I missed some messages. I missed some messages earlier. I apologize. I'll scroll up after this run, or you could just repeat it if I missed it. It's always getting some bitches, but never how are the Good joke. Good joke. Because you don't call them bitches, bro. No. Oh my god. You see, I tried to go for the triple jump. Look what it gave me. Minus 0.1 seconds. That's what it gave me. What's up, Lux? How you doing, bro? Single for life? Nah. I wasn't. Well, I guess I had. Nah, I don't think I'll be single for life. Bro, I thought I was daddy. Wait, never mind. Single for life sounds pretty terrible. Hey, I was with a girl in Japan. I just wasn't with her, if you know what I mean. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Triple was fine, you just avoided all the platforms. Oh. Oh! You think, but you will. Huh? What is that emote? How you doing, Lux? How's life going? How's everything, bro? Happy Friday. Oh yeah, I was supposed to long jump that. Oopsies. Talk to me, Toad. My game's back in order. Let's go. Oh shit, internet. I'll be back. All right, see you later, Angel. I didn't finish reading about the archery thing, I think. Good homie, how goes the runs? I thought it said how goes the nudes. I was like, the nudes go well. This is the first run of the day. Yesterday I was feeling pretty crappy, just had a crappy day, so stream wasn't that good, I guess. I had a bad attitude. Today I am goddamn ready. We keep the nudes off stream. Yeah, my bad. I wasn't supposed to say anything. Really? I actually missed that? Jesus. Bro, this game is mad scary sometimes. On the topic of nudes, I'm currently not nude. Damn it. It's okay, guys. Fairy's 21, so I could say that. Nah. If I was single for life, then my life will end shortly. Because I'm talking to a woman, and her name is your mom. Okay? And she rejected me. She said I was too ugly. What if I do 2 long jumps here? I think that's what I think that's what I was supposed to do. Nice. Nice, Pink. You're actually trash at video games. Oh my god, that was so bad. That's a W. Never mind, F. Yeah. No, I mean, we're on pace to do pretty well, but BLJs or MIPS clips right now. MIPS clips. Nice. Nice, Pink. Might screw everything up, so. Sub 20. Get up! No PB? No PB, huh? Sub 20. Come on. Yes! Okay, that's good. That's good. That's already good, guys. That's mad nice. Okay. Now I gotta make sure not to jump. If I jump, it's over. Okay, good. Now I gotta do this like a boss-ass. Bish, 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 bish. That might be too off-center. I can't tell. Shit, it was off-centered. Come on. Come on! His goddamn shadow took 5 hours to appear. Oh, thank God. Ugh. Come here, stupid ass rabbit. Jesus, I barely made it through. That was bad. 24 seconds? Damn, I'm good at this game. My stream's not working. Refresh, refresh. It might be too high quality. We have high quality streams here. There's a reasonable argument to remove 16 star and 1 star from the main leaderboard. What is the argument? It's back. Welcome back. Penis. Why you only... How? How'd you get stuck, Mario? Jesus, you're not my stepsister. Anyway. I had to pause to add a marker so I could make that a clip. And I just lost a PB because I paused. 0 star is any percent, 70 is glitchless, 120 is 100%. Jump! Yes! Oh, that was kind of scary. I thought I screwed that up for a second. That was pretty bad. Can we get a sus counter? Yeah. I mean, that's what the JL redeem is for, but it's not set up right now because it's during a run. But yeah, that's what putting me in jail is for. Nice, nice ping. The whole game you're long jumping well, and you screw it up there. I'll fly to the moon and back, it will be if you'll be my baby. Let's go. That was good. That was good. That was good. Oh my God. For those that don't know, if you get stuck there, you basically die. So I was very lucky that I didn't die there. I mean, skillful. Okay, now we just wait. This is going pretty well. It's going all right. The first star was good. I got a gold split, so I'm happy about that. Nice. Nice. God damn it. This is going pretty shit. Going okay. Ooh. I messed up the jump. Nice. IQ is the sus counter. He's Q sus. Do IQ plus to increase the sus counter. Yeah, IQ plus, IQ plus. Come on. Running back. Give me a tail. Let's go. Get the hell out of here, bro. Shit. Ah. I'm down to race it today if you want, regardless of whether you sub 25. Nice, nice pink. Jump straight into his asshole. As long as I beat you, I'm down to verse you. Bro, the way to approach Bowser is so stupid. IQ is very sus. I hate this game. Plus 40 seconds. Seems likely, I'm not gonna lie, you're not really worse. Yeah, until right now. BLJ's time. My BLJ's time is oh, versus you? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, before you get into it. The run's already bad. Should I try to do the thing? Nah, I'm not gonna try it. I haven't practiced it enough. Oh no. Runs over. Bro! Oh. I knew it would be over for this because I haven't practiced it enough lately. I'm not going as crazy as I usually do. Yes, Nick, I choked. Thanks. I didn't realize that. Ah! This stupid game! I have to break my fingers to get this goddamn staircase. What rerun, bro? You know how runs work? There's no need to rerun. Ah! Vote rerun. Yahoo! Yeah! Fucking hate this game. Yo, my fingers are hurting. Like, this game's actually trash. Why? Why must you do this to beat the run? It's stupid. It's like the stupidest thing in existence. Yeah, I remember Fraps. What's the point of rerunning if I can't even do this, bro? This is what ruins runs. Get good. That's what I know. The annoying thing is I was good at this, and now I'm shit. The music's not even in my ears though. But yeah, I should put the Mario music. Yeah, now I get it. Now I get it. Why? Just for luck. How is it that my fingers don't break there, bro? God. What a shit run. It's not even over. This is the harder one for me. Okay. I'll take it. This run is over. I mean, just mathematically, it makes no sense for me to go. Mathematically, it's impossible. Now it's ah! My PB is 25:39. My best possible time, which is the best I could do, is much lower. I don't even. This fucking game is so fun. BLJ requires a state of Zen. Yeah. It also requires confidence. I'm not gonna use the metronome anymore. Wow, I actually did that right. That's pretty cool. Should I try the trick, guys? The trick that saves 20 seconds? Eat a Snickers before BLJs. You're not wrong. You can't BLJ when you're angry. The music is chill though. The music would make me play better. Theoretically. But I wasn't even listening to it. I was just listening to the metronome. Nice. Nice ping. What the hell? How do I do this in practice? Are you serious? Oh my god. Trash. I'm actual trash. And no, I'm not gonna reset the run just so I could have practice with the next part.
Hello there.
There's no song quests on. I don't think I'll ever put song quests on during a run again. It'll just piss me off even more with some songs that you guys put. Sorry. I will put that. I could put that song on afterwards though. Oh my god, am I gonna PB in the next 7 seconds? I don't even know where I threw him. Yeah, I used to use Fraps actually. I think PewDiePie still uses Bandicam. Nice, I got on fire. Telling me that's not close enough, bro. Nice, nice. The stupid ass fire, like from like half an hour ago, hits me. Oh my god, bro. Well, pretty shit run. The beginning was nice. I screwed up in WF. I took my time with that throw, and I still. Come on, ping. Pingaling. That's racist. What? I'm just saying pingaling. No, I don't want to race you. I'm not racing you until I get a PB. At least 25 minutes. I feel like shit, bro. Ah! In this game, I feel like shit. Nice. Nice. I'm not even gonna go for the extra heart. By the way, Nick, that's where most speedrunners choke in this game. Where I choked earlier. I missed a message from someone, though. Romance, because no, there will be a romance. Keep on believing soldier. Oh, that's what I missed. I wanted to take this opportunity while you're on Zen. I'm on Zen a lot with this stupid game, bro. What's up, Dino? How you doing? Happy Friday, Dino. What's up, guys? It's Dino Gigabyte. What's up, guys? Come on. Yeah, I'm gonna do another run after this. Oh, of course I am, bro. I'm tired of practicing tricks. I'm going for a bunch of runs today. For shizzle my nizzle, bro. Nice, nice. If I could even finish this run. I'm gonna go to BLJ's maybe for a second to practice. Bro! Oh, why am I so trash? Yo, what's up, David? How you doing? Yo, yo, yo. Happy Friday. Merry Friday. Merry Christmas. Long weekend for some of you guys that are Americans, right? President's Week, baby. Let's go. Same weekend for me every day, but. Oh. Huh? I was like, where do I throw him? Go faster! Go faster! Watch this. You guys ready? Whoop. BLJ's and Bowser 3 throws are where I constantly choke. Same. That's where I constantly choke. BLJ's, I was getting oh, I couldn't jump over you. Okay. BLJ's and Bowser throws for the last throw are where it's usually the third throw that I choke on, but today it's just all of them. I usually were 4 minutes. Bro, I almost got a sub 30. Let's go. Great, about to leave for hockey. Oh, nice. Enjoy, bro. Enjoy. Maybe we could get a chess game in afterwards. What a bad mod. He leaves me for anime. Just kidding. Love you, Nathan. See ya, Nathan. Thanks for popping in. It ended up being 3K versus 3K. Who was the one person who believed in me? I apologize. Sub 26? Nope. Replace Nathan. You do the same if you were my mod? I don't know. I don't really watch much anime anymore. I don't think I'll be anyone's mod. I don't watch enough Twitch to be someone's mod, I feel like. What's our new PB, though? 2128. That's pretty cool. Say less, I'll text you. All right. Lit. Let's go. Do you know for mod chain? And 15. And what do you mean N15? Replace Nathan? No, I'm not gonna replace Nathan. I don't want to replace mods anymore. I don't like that. Or not replace, but I don't want to get rid of mods anymore. I'm happy with Nathan, Diego, and Doctor, even though Doctor isn't here often. With UK license plate laws, you can theoretically get a license plate that says "Ya 01" for the win. Okay. I mean, in the US, there's some funny blatant license plates as well. I don't know what "Ya 01" stands for, though. Oh, Yowie. Oh, I'm such an idiot. You do the same for your mod in 15. Oh. I don't know what I would do if I were 15, bro. I don't even think Twitch was around when I was 15. I said Diego isn't around here often, no? You know, for mod chain. I'm gonna look at your application March 1st. Don't worry, bro. What do you guys think? Max of 5 mods or something for the time being? We don't need so many mods, right? I might change the mod rules up next month. Doctor is here everyone in a while. Everyone in a while. English. It's a hard language. Yes. Yeah? Okay. Alright, we're gonna run it back. We're gonna run it back once more. And this time we're gonna get a PB, baby. It's just BLJ's. I don't know how I got it so easily, and yet it felt like you don't need to click like so insanely that it hurts your fingers. You just need to get the right rhythm. I'm still gonna try to use the metronome. Maybe I don't. Maybe I'll. You know what? Let's put Mario music on. Yeah. Everyone loves that Mario music. Yeah. Yahoo! 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 That's what you're gonna hear in 20 minutes. Or in 18 if I'm a pro player. Let me know if that's too loud, guys. I like Jesus music. Yeah, I know. Jesus. I'll be everyone in a while. Just need everyone to succumb to my unified consciousness. I went on r/unexpected recently because I thought that would be cool. It's not that cool. It's a me, Ping Pong. Okie dokie, artichoke. What are you choking? This dick? You guys understand that if I was good, I would be better. Wow. So insightful. I don't know where I was going. Excuse me. Whew. Stinky Ping's mouth. Exclamation Prime or M Prime for mobile Prime sub. It's free with Amazon Prime. You know what that means? Buy Amazon Prime so you could Prime sub. If I was good, I'd be better. Yeah, that is a quote. Probably say that a lot. What's up, Mac? How you doing, bro? This is the real grind that takes real work to lower. Yeah? I mean, for me, for sure. I just fell on my face. Are you okay? Or are you making a these nuts joke? Either way, are you okay? I feel like you're making these nuts joke. Alright, this is already a bad run. Reset, reset, reset. My eyes are in tears. Oh, shit. Hey, that sucks. You hit the limit of your talent, now it's grind. If I hit the limit of my talent, I should be... Yeah, kind of. It's just a little annoying because, like... The best I've ever played is 4 minutes. Nah, I guess you're right, yeah. Never mind. Yahoo! Let's go! Let's go! He barely almost hit me. Hell yeah, we're doing another full run. Unless I screw up really early on. Like, unless I screw up a lot. Nah, I think, yeah. Unless I screw up a lot. That wasn't bad. I'm dead serious? Oh. Damn. Can you, like... Does your head hurt? How'd you hit your face? Those who never get better give up. True. 100% of the shots you don't take are... There's a saying. Most points wins. What a prediction. That sounds fun. Predict to see who wins. This is 100% not the limit of your talent. Well, I guess my current limit was... Ow! You just got a Yahoo. No Google, baby. Yahoo! If I screw this up first try, I might reset. That looks good. That looks good. The camera changed, so I might... Oh, let's go! That's good. You tripped over a belt. Damn. Watch me give up and not get better. Easy. True. How is your strawberry golden strawberries going, doctor? Ah! I thought that was gonna work, bro. Alright, I'm gonna reset this run. I'm resetting this run.
It's me, Mario.
Okay. Now I know that that does not work. I will not be attempting to do that in the future. Haven't played in a week or two. Sheesh! You gave up for the time being.
It's me,
Mario! We got it. 10 points versus 0. Wow! Wow! Yo, 30 points versus 0. You put a 10-minute timer for that? 1K versus 0. I'm watching One Piece. Let's go! What episode are you on? That's a good way to, like, not think about how you fell on your face. That's a cool story in the future, though. You could be like, I fell on my face. Things are heating up. Yeah. Who will win? Oh, wait. That's actually dumb. Because if no one bets on the other side... Nah, it's a good prediction. It's a good prediction. Unless you guys are conspiring like an oligopoly, then it's a bad prediction. That should be good. 390? Ooh. I'm on like episode 1000. Get good, kid. Just kidding. What happens in episode 390? Yahoo! Nice. Thanks. Jesus, 12.1K. Guys, if you want a lot of points, you could bet against and... Nice. Nice ping. Nice. And by nice, I mean not nice. Okay. Let's go. Isn't 390 like Drum Island? I don't even remember what Drum Island is. It's 12k. Sheesh! I did not mean to do that, but I'll take it. They escaped the Flying Fish Island. Fishman Island? Nah, he's not up to Fishman Island. I know that much. Wait, actually? Yeah, you're not up to Fishman Island, right? That's way later, I feel. Or maybe I'm wrong. The one with Duval? Why does Duval sound so familiar? Bro, I don't remember stuff. Drum Isle. Oh, is that where they meet? I don't know. Yeah, who's the Duval guy? That sounds so familiar. Ooh, I actually jumped that normally. Ow! I'm a pro player. I'm a pro player. This run is easy for me because I'm a pro player. I'm a pro player. This run is easy. Oh, that might be a little too far. Okay. Oh, it's sleeping. Don't wake it up, guys. That might be a little too close. Listen, guys. I know how to do this perfectly. Okay? Look how perfect that is. Let's go! That's why I took my time on that. Duval's the guy who looked like Sanji's hand-drawn wanted poster. Oh, that guy. Frankie is a cool guy. Frankie! Yeah, he's an American. That's why you think he's cool. Super! Oh, yeah. That was the thing, not Frankie. Well, he says Frankie, too, but... Did you get up to the episode where he dies? I'm just joking. Or does he? Who knows? I don't know what I'm saying. Oh! Nice. Nice ping. Ping! Jesus Christ. I have a Luffy figure. Yeah, I have a Luffy figure too. From Japan that I won at an arcade. It's behind me. But yeah, I don't think I've ever seen... I might have seen a Frankie one, but I don't know. I have all of the Straw Hats wanted poster. Oh, that's cool. I've been watching One Piece for 10 years of my life. Ha! Noob. I've been watching it for much less than 10 years of my life. That's pretty cool, though. You must really like One Piece, then. Do you read the manga? Bro! I did this first try before. What am I doing? I'm joking. He doesn't die. Or does he? I don't know. I lied. I never watched One Piece. What is One Piece? Hit me, baby, one more time. Let's go. I also read the manga. Oh. You're a true fan. You're a true fan. Here we go! Most points wins. I wonder who will win. You're gonna see last second someone puts in a bunch of points. And it'll be Doctor. And he'll win against himself. I don't know how I changed my camera there. But... Stop it. Nice. Nice. Ping! You suck! Oh my god. That was bad. Nice. Jesus Christ. Is Dressrosa with Doflamingo? I don't want to spoiler alert. Yes. When I was watching One Piece, Dressrosa hit me like a truck. I liked Dressrosa. I hated... Bro, I hate One Piece as an anime. I actually hate it. I was trying to jump, but okay. It's so bad. It's stupid long as an arc. Both emotionally and in terms of length. Yeah. No, I had the same response. What's up, Epicuro? Aw, thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. Plus 21 seconds. Get Apex Legends? I have Apex Legends. I watched a good documentary on that. Didn't you say that yesterday? How was why'd I jump back in? Oh my god. I have Apex Legends. I played Apex Legends on stream. Whole Cake Island is also pretty long, but it's less emotionally draining. Bro, I actually wanted to give up watching One Piece in its totality after Whole Cake Island. Mama, 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 mama. That's all you hear for half an hour. That's good. Nice. My fingers are like goddamn slippery today. Oh my god, what am I doing? Guys, should I just reset? Like, all my side jumps are actually trash today. What a shit run. Play with me and my friends. I don't think I'll play Apex Legends for a long time. I shouldn't say for a long time, but I might get into it eventually again. It doesn't make it any less good. Why was it such a good, like, documentary? What a shit run. Shit run. The 3 arcs directly after Seba Oda are also awesome. Marineford was probably the best arc. Yeah, I don't need to reset. I'm just getting a little annoyed. But Wano's also incredibly long, but it's just so good. Wano's pretty good, yeah. There we go. It's so good so far, and I love Brooke. He's the boy. Yeah, Brooke is great. No Marineford spoilers. Bro, I hate spoilers myself. I'm not gonna spoil anything. It was the pacing of... Not gonna be able to look at chat for a while now. Shit. That was literally the worst case scenario. That was not the worst case scenario. Oh my... That was the worst case scenario. Shit! Ah... It was the pacing of the doc. It built up the story so well, and then... Why would you ruin it, bro? Oh. You're talking about NASCAR, my bad. I thought you were talking about something else. I don't know why I'm getting mad. I told myself that I'm gonna screw up a lot on runs. Oh, I could have done the side jump there. That I would screw up a lot on runs. Because I'm like learning how to make my movement better. So I don't know why I'm getting mad. I should have... Nice. I should have expected it. Did I not get the coin? Are you serious? Oh my god, bro. You know what? Never mind. It built the story up so well, and the ending is so tragic, and I understood why NASCAR was so good. Oh, that's cool. Getting to the end and diving over the star. Yeah, you're right. That is worst case. Cosmic particle hitting your PC and switching your life value to 0. Worst case scenario, I get tortured and waterboarded right now for no apparent reason. Isn't Marineford most recent? No, Marineford was a while ago now. The prediction ended. Oh my god. Last second, 37k. Jesus Christ, bro. You just gained 12k. Yo, don't do that type of prediction again, bro. For a while. Smart man, but don't do that, bro. You have the most points, so it's just messed up. Marineford is after Sabaudi. I think watching certain animes live sucks. Like, binge watching is so much better. And One Piece is one of those anime. It's so much better to binge watch One Piece than to watch it live. It's just so trash. How are you gonna give the points back? One Piece, yeah. I still never watched One Piece because I don't like missing out on stuff. And I know One Piece makes it so you don't miss out on stuff, right? They just make the pacing better. But I don't know, something in me is just like, I've already watched 1,000 episodes of this show. I would have to wait longer for One Piece, you know? After this run, I'll give them back trust. It's an edited version so that nothing is missing. But do you know who else bet? It's an edited version so that nothing is missing. Yeah. I know. I've heard a lot about it. I've seen a bit of it. But just, it's like this mental thing in my head where I'm just like, I already watched 1,000 episodes. Why change it up now? Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boo-doo-doo-doo. I don't even know how much I bet. I was just spamming. I love spamming points for predictions as well. I don't know how I avoided that, but I'll take it. Wow, I've been doing this better lately. That's not bad. Wow, without Lakitu, plus 1.8 seconds. So with Lakitu, I could have gotten sub 52. Sub 50. I really love the little segments at the end. Little segments? What little segments? I messed that up, but whatever. You've been doing better because you've been resetting more? I don't think that's why, but okay. Probably just because I've been playing the game more, man. I haven't been doing better. If I was doing better, I would get very close to my PB. I've also learned some tricks like that. So, I've learned to long jump a lot more often. Get hit by this stupid-ass plant. I practiced Bowser throws a lot, but my Bowser throws are still shit, you know? So, I don't know. I think I got a good feel for this star. I take it all back. How did I miss that? My best Bob exit is 141. But I spit on fade out, so I guess around 140 for you. Gee. You do bomb clip though, right? Stop getting hit by the plant. And get this second try. I think that's too far. I think that's too far. Oh, it was good. That's with bomb clip and like to, yeah, that makes sense. Ain't going more. Oh, yeah, of One Piece episodes. Yeah, I knew what you meant, but I don't get it. What little segments at the end of One Piece episodes? I don't remember there being segments. Like when it shows you what's in the next episode, or? What was that? Okay, that was not bad. Who was the other person? There were two people that bet though. Jesus, if I fell off there, I would have ended stream. Maybe not, but I don't actually like scamming, but that was too funny. I had a feeling like I thought maybe if more people would put in points, you know, it would be cool like last second. But then I'm like, Doctor will probably just put in points last second. Okay, good try, Ping. Good try. Oh. Oh, that was barely good, man. Let's go. This should be decent. Hungry and thirsty and throat hurts. Ibuprofen and instant noodles for me then. Oh, I miss instant noodles, bro. I just miss noodles in general. I mean, my mom makes beautiful, awesome food, but you know. Oh, sometimes I press the A button and it doesn't register because I think I press it like in a stupid way. Bro! What the hell? Plus 22 seconds. Jesus. I'm much worse than I used to be just a few days ago, huh? Even though I feel like my movement is better. But I also have to remember, when I see red, it's not insane. Like, plus 20 seconds is not the end of the world. But it just feels like I'm playing like shit when I just see reds, you know? Like, it's like the psychological... Nice. Nice, Pink. Nice. Jesus. I add extra stuff to my noodles to make them superior. Ooh, like ibuprofen? You add ibuprofen to your noodles? It's kind of weird, man. That was possibly terrible. Oh, I got so lucky, bro. He fell, but it could have been so much worse, so it's okay. Okay, good, good, good. Don't screw up the jump. That was bad, but we made it. Make it blue or purple. Yeah, yeah. I should change the colors. After this run, I'll change it, if you guys remind me. I have to press A normally, too. I press it with not, like, the normal part of my thumb. I forgot how to triple jump that. Or I don't think I've ever known how to. I have to look that up to triple jump it more effectively. Oh, that's always so scary. We won't. Chicken stock instead of water. Oh. You're making it like literal, like real ramen. Oh, my CCM was pretty bad for my PB apparently. I probably fell. That's what it was. 'Cause I saved some time there. That was bad. I'll have to try that out. I usually just use NyQuil. Yeah, try ibuprofen, bro. It hits different. I feel like adding soy sauce is so weird to like a liquid base. Is that a weird thing to say? I mean, I've had soy sauce based ramen, I think. Yeah, shoyu ramen. That's literally soy sauce ramen it's called. Damn it, I screwed that up. I'm not gonna go for the trick. I screwed up the long jumps. Should be okay here. I think one day in the future, I'm gonna look back at like my sub 20 run and be like, Jesus Christ, I was a god at video games. It won't be, oh my god, it won't be anytime soon, apparently, but don't get electrocuted, Pink. Get up. Ooh. That was close to not working out. Okay. I was too scared there to take any big risks. Which I'm gonna have to take eventually, but... Super Mario Odyssey becomes a retro speedrun. Don't a lot of people already speedrun it, though? Jesus Christ. No! What the hell? Ah!
Mamma mia! It's me, Mario!
Yes, including me.
Hello!
Try lean. No way you get sub 32. You're right. I won't. I'll because I reset. Well, that's what's gonna happen. I've said this before, but I have to keep that in mind. Like, I'm going to be trying out tricks that I'm not used to doing. So I should expect a lot of failure, you know? Oh yeah, change my colors, thank you. Dinel's not gonna get 12,000 points. That's not how it works. But okay. He's gonna get 12,030 points. Yeah, let me figure out how to change my colors. It's edit layout, right? Layout settings. Here, let me show you guys what I'm looking at. Here, behind gaining time, behind losing time. Let's make that like blue. It's so similar. Okay, pause. Personal best. Then behind losing time. There we go. Now I'm gonna feel confidence and do better. If that's how it works. Okay. Why did someone else put points on Doctor? This is why you don't do these, okay? Don't do those types of predictions again. Unless you think people would actually put into it. Because then it becomes just too messy. Alright, Doctor? What a dub, I only donated 7k. JK. I did 12? Oh, okay. You funny pink. Aw, thank you! I'm waiting for my future child to play it, and I'll watch them and be like, oh cool, I used to play that, and then I destroy their time. I feel like our children will be better at video games and stuff. Just look at, I don't know, maybe, who knows. I just won't participate again. No, just don't do that again. Like, it's just, it doesn't, it sounds like, unless there's a lot of people that are willing to bet. Because just one person who has like a lot of points could just skew it so much. Oh my god, I don't know how that worked. And I took the right door by accident, oops. I wasn't paying. Actually, no. It should be fine to do those, as long as you add a disclaimer. You know. I don't know. It's fine. Whatever. I don't know. It feels a bit. It feels a bit scammy for you to put. Yeah. Actually, no. You're right. You could do them, Doctor, if you're not participating. Let's go. That's kind of the whole point. People know the risks. Not something that should be done often, but that's what... No, you're right. It's just if one person has like 100,000 points, they could just always get more points. Like that seems very unfair. I thought that was... We're going to see a lot of blues, by the way. That's green, but... Yeah. My morals conflict with the nature of competition in my head. Nice. Nice, Pink. Nice. Better with big chats, yeah. You can do it once a week, I guess, or something. As long as you're not just... What do you need points for anyway, Doctor? You're freaking... Doctor has collected every stone, okay? Every stone in the... Every infinity stone. That's available at this point of time. My long jumping has gotten better, I feel like, though. Ah! can't even remember the last time that happened to me. Jesus Christ. I was so excited. I was like, that was so good. And then that happened. I don't want Ping to become famous so I can use chat power. Then you're never going to become a mod. One day we'll get a massive chat. Maybe. One person having a lot of points and using them to always get more points is the nature of capitalism. Yeah. It just feels a bit unfair when you're taking points away from other people. I don't know. Just my 2 cents. But then they have the decision to put points in or not. But then if they don't know that you have 100k points, then they kind of get swindled, you know? And if you're the one making the prediction, it's even more like sussy baka. Like you're abusing mod power. I think that's why. Someday I'll need all those points and my 17 alt accounts that have 100k each will come in handy. You are not wrong. Yo, you gotta make more alt accounts, bro. We gotta grow as a stream. Nice, Pink. Nice. I didn't jump enough for that. That's why I screwed it up. Sure, I've decided I will donate all my points to charity. I don't know why I tried that. I keep messing it up. Yeah, that worked out. I don't get how Doctor has so many points. It's when you're a tier 3 simp, you got a lot of points. He has a trust fund. He has a lot of points because he has a lot of watch time. If you look at the Hall of Fame, each month, most months, Doctor is number 1 on the Hall of Fame. He has lately. He has the most watch time. And then being subscribed gives you a little more, I think. That's just how it works. Which kind of makes me happy, because that might incentivize people to subscribe, but it also feels kind of feels bad, man. Because you have to have money to subscribe and then to get more points, you know, whatever. Wear points. PP, wear points? What do you mean wear points? Wear points? Like I should wear them? Boop, boop. 43 hours this month. Jesus. You watch on PC. You watch this on PC and mobile, I think. I don't have a lot of points, but I've watched for a while. You used to spend a lot of points. That's why I think. How much did you put into the prediction? What's the watch total on? The watch total? Wait, what? Oh, it's blue, guys. It's blue. We're doing good. Nah, it still feels like shit because now I just look at the plus and I know I'm doing crap. But it's only 6 seconds. You guys are losing to bots. You guys have to watch even when you're not here. That's how you beat the bots. What do you mean by what's the watch total on? I don't think I've ever had watch total. Like, I reset it every month, so. Kaylee. You know, honestly, sometimes I was like, is this an actual lurker that's just never talked in chat? Or is this a bot? And sometimes I don't know. Kaylee is a bot. They're all bots. If you've never seen them in chat, they're probably bots. Every time I delete them, they just come back, bro. They love the ping pong masters, you know? Moosters. Touch some grads. Jesus. That's called rape, bro. I'm more into undergrads personally, but you do? Yeah, Ray is also a bot. I now fear Doctor. You should actually, yeah. Imagine I went in the hole by accident. That's what she said. What the hell? What the hell happened to the camera? Ah! There's a website where you could check if people are bots. You could check how many channels that they're watching at one given time. So like most of them are watching like 10,000, 6,000 channels at one given time. And that kind of... It's because I jumped. The jump screwed me up. Jesus Christ. It was incredibly impressively bad. That's why I don't want to do a run against you, Fairy. But sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're not on the list. So I used to think a lot of like I was like, huh, is this person just a heavy lurker? Like I don't want to not count them for the stuff. But you could go on their channel, and a lot of time they'll be like, ooh, follow for follow or some bullshit like that. So yeah. Lana was here last month. I delete her every month. So she's a bot. And obviously Stream Elements stream, and those are bots. Oh my god, I almost fell. Alright, so look at chat now. I am not doing good on my long jumps. Not doing good this game on my long jumps. My god! Jesus Christ, bro. What are you doing? Nice. Nice ping. If I fell there, I would have shut off. We would have gone to like Apex Legends or something. What a shit run. Shitty runs today, bro. The blue is so peaceful and nice. Yeah. You got best them while they suck. What? What does that mean? Apex? Anything but Apex. Gonna play Breath of the Wild? Guys, I gotta get sub 20 in less than I have 2 weeks to get sub 20. The days are dwindling down. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 10 days to get. I'm 2/3 of the way there. I have 10 days to get sub. Well, not really 2/3, but I have 10 days to get sub 20, bro. I have to play much better. My PBs lately suck ass. Like I play bad, and the PB ends up being like minus 20. Like minus 5 seconds or something. It's like I need it to be minus 5 minutes, bro. Racing me while we both suck will be fun. All right, let's race. Doesn't seem like you want sub 20 to me. Of course I want sub 20. What do you mean? That's the whole purpose of the whole month. If I didn't want sub 20, I wouldn't be streaming this game, bro. Yeah, let's do one race. Let's do a race. How do you set it up? I've never done a race before. It might break my computer, but I'm assuming I would show you on Discord. I'd have to look at you. You're joking about sub 20? Oh. You're just gonna stream in Discord? Yeah, just do that then. Do that, and I'll join the thing. How do we do this? I don't know how to do it. I was just gonna take off times. Huh? What does that mean? Take off the stars. I do need to take out the stars. Alright. Doing a run would be fun, that is true. Put him in slow window, small window. And I think the thing is crashing, guys. Pressing reset apparently crashes. Hey? The hell? That was weird. But we're back. Put him in small window. I don't know what that means. Can you post Discord and chat so we can join? The other link expired. I don't think any of the links should expire. Does this link not work? Okay, cool. I'm gonna mute myself in game chat. I should probably show you guys. Can I deafen the whole like thing? I don't know how to deafen. Or you guys could talk shit, I guess. There's gonna be a delay though for the start. So I'll type it in chat 3, 2, 1 and then we'll start, okay? I think there's a way to pop him out. I don't remember how to do it. Wait, I'm dumb. I could just deafen. How do you pop out? Grid, more. Where's the pop out button? There should be one. Oh, here, pop out. I think I could resize, or I hope I can. Hey, let's go. And then can I hide this? Oh, huh? I don't want to see this either. Oh, I could mute this so I don't hear the game twice. I don't want to hear the game twice. Kernel has reduced. Okay. This is gonna be weird. Okay. He has a messy desktop like me. Alright, I guess this is how you guys will watch it, yeah? I guess I'll move myself a little. We'll do something like that. Put him bottom left. I just need to go more to the side here. Wait, when I start the game, he's gonna be hidden. So I'm gonna have to put him like on the side. Alright. It doesn't work. This link doesn't work? It works. I don't know. What do you mean by remove times? Remove this? But the whole point is that we're racing though. I would want to compare times. I don't know what's going on with Fairy. Can't you remove times? I don't want to remove times. I want it to stay on the screen. Why, is there too much stuff on screen? Is that why? Okay, that works. That actually works perfectly. Whenever you're ready. Yeah, we'll just do this. Yeah, we'll just do this. Not streaming live split anymore? Okay. Alright, you know what? You're right. You're right. You're right, you know. Get rid of live split. It's still gonna be there. I'm just hiding it. No, it doesn't make a difference because my face is gonna be there. Bro, it's just too much work. I'm just gonna leave it, okay? I'm a streamer, okay? I don't want to do that much work. Alright. You tell me 3, 2, 1, go and I'll go. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go! Wait, no, don't go yet. I was joking. Did he go? I can't tell if he went. Oh, he didn't go yet. Okay. Let me see. Go! I pressed the wrong button. Ugh. I hope he started. I said go. He didn't start it. Or it's delayed. Bruh. Bruh. Well, it's a race. Should I just wait for him after the... No, I need a... Bro, I need to get a few seconds ahead, okay? Yeah, it's all good. I need to get a... Leave your life split so you can know. I'll just leave it for you guys to take advantage. Yeah. You're the better runner. I don't have sub 25. I should get a 39-second thing, but, you know. Okay. This is high quality stuff here. That feels weird, to be honest. Come on, let's get Lakitu. Okay, we didn't get Lakitu. That's fine. If he gets Lakitu, that's it. He gains the advantage pretty much. Hey. Ah, he didn't get it. Let's go. You didn't get Lakitu. All right, good. Stop! Don't ground slam. Oh, racing is fun. Racing is fun, especially if we're close the whole time, or a lot of the time, or if I'm winning, then it's fun. Okay, I'm screwing up. How? Get up! How? Jesus Christ, bro. I wanted to reset that so badly. Oh, he screwed up bomb clip. That's what happens to me a lot during runs lately. It's okay, I'm still ahead of him. He screwed up bomb clip, so I got lucky. My WF is pretty decent most of the time, so hopefully I could not lose too much time to him there. This will be fun. Yeah, this is already fun. That's fun. Oh, he's right behind me. I can't afford to make more mistakes. Makes a mistake right away. That was good. Don't hit the piranha plant. Oh, if I fell off again, I would have cried. He might do this a lot faster than me, though. I have no idea. Oh, yeah. That should be good. I think that's good. I think that's good. Let's go! Okay, first try is good. First try is good. Oh, he does the shortcut to jump there. That's a little scary. Alright. Oh, he does it so much faster than I do it. I hope he misses. Damn it, he didn't miss. This man. He should have given me he should have given me time, bro. He's much better than me. Stop complaining, Ping. Just play the game. You're right. You're right. I'm a star ahead. Kind of. That's good. Who will win? I mean, I would be very surprised if I win. If I get a PB, I might win. Why did I change the camera? That was dumb. Yes! Okay, I got it first try. That's good. I keep dropping to 30 frames per second. It's okay. It's... Wait. For the actual game too? Or just, I don't know why I did that. If you're dropping frames in the actual game, that sucks. If it's just on Discord, don't worry about it. That doesn't matter. It's not that bad. Like, we could still see where you are pretty much. And that I'm winning. That's all that matters, you know. Okay, 2 more stars. Let's go. Okay. That was bad. That was bad. Stop. Hey, that was not bad. Keep him talking in chat. Shh, don't ruin the strat. No, I messed it up. Okay, that should be good. The actual game? Oh, that's not good. Yeah. Just make sure it doesn't crash. I'm assuming it doesn't normally, I'm assuming you normally don't have problems when you're just playing the game, yeah? If so, That sucks. Come on. Plus 16.4 plus 16.4. That means I did exactly, like, I didn't do worse or better with that whole WF. That's funny. Alright, let's go. Check out my latest video. It just came out today, actually, so go and check it out after stream. That would be cool. What is today's video? Oh, it's the Bidoof one. That was a fun video. Okay. Oh, I actually almost died there. That could have been bad. Nice. Nice, ping. Nice. Okay, okay. Only one more star. One more star and we beat the game. Wait, what? Not screwing anything up too much now. I need to learn the triple jump here. Maybe I'll watch how he does it. The camera, bro. The camera. Oh, I don't know what goes on with the camera when I jump sometimes, bro. But I'm not gonna make that mistake again. Sheesh. Ooh, plus 0. Plus 0.0. Let's go, question mark? That's lit. That's litty titties, guys. Litty titties. Okay. Now I just have to screw up and bid DW and he could catch up. Oh my god, he already finished? Oh, no, he's going for the second star. Okay, good. I got scared a bit. You see, he does the triple jump well. But I do the fire well. Oh, I missed it. His movement is much better than mine. I think it's gonna come down to who messes up. Did not mean to do that! Ah! I didn't mean to long jump there. I'm getting too cocky, bro. Well, I mean, again, I shouldn't expect a PB for a while. I'm trying tricks out that I'm gonna screw up on for a while. That's it, like. I was supposed to jump over this and then long jump this. And then jump on that. Ooh. 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 Oh my god. Okay, take your time, Ping. Take your time, Ping. Bro, what are you doing, Ping? Whoo! I have to change the camera there or else it's over. Okay, whatever. That was pretty bad, but it's okay. I'm not gonna try the fancy trick here. Okay, I did try to do that, but... Okay, that worked. We're not gonna dive over it. Oh my god, he's already caught up, bro. Oh. Jesus. He's too close. He's too close. He's too close. Stop it. You're too close. I mean, maybe BLJs will change stuff up. Hit it. Yes. Okay, I'm still ahead. That's good. Plus 22 seconds. That's what my death cost me. Cost me. Hey, it's blue! My SSLs are not bad, though, usually, so. LL, I'll probably lose time on. HMC, I might lose time on. I mean, he's working with 30 frames per second, so. Oh, he hit browser. I mean, good job. All right. Okay. SSL. I don't know how to move quickly here. I might have to watch how he moves there. I normally use a better computer in this, so this one can't handle the streaming. Why aren't you using that computer then? Well, I guess you don't need to answer now, but please don't mess this up, Ping. Let's go. Okay, that's gonna secure some. Not losing the time advantage for some time. Okay. What's up, Chris? We're doing a race. I'm racing the guy on my to the bottom right. I'm racing Fair enough. But Fairy's FPS is not looking good right now. I'm winning barely. I started a little early, but I'm winning by 1 star, kind of. Oh, but I almost screwed that up. Oh, that was gold, baby. Let's go. Are you winning, son? That was gold. Let's go. Hell yeah. How you doing, Chris? Okay. This I tend to do pretty badly, but... I was actually not as bad as usually. Okay. I've been restless these days, thinking about Japan. I'm consistently 1 star ahead, but like, MIPS is coming up. You know, obviously there's other scary stuff. BLJs. But BLJs he screws up on too, so. Talk to the toad, bro. No, just sleepy? Oh, I've been kind of sleepy the past 2 days as well. I feel like if you just do what you have to do, you might feel better. Oh my god. Did I get the star? What the hell? That was weird. I did get the star, but that was weird. Oh my god, bro. Imagine missing that. Couldn't be me. Okay. 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 Not bad for me. I'm actually I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I almost streamed today. Why didn't you, bro? Plugged it in my camera, mic, and everything, but couldn't get the energy to do it. Just do it. Just press the button, bro. You gotta have a like. For me, the reason I've streamed every single day this month, and the main reason is because I just told myself, bro, I'm streaming every goddamn day this month. Ooh, that felt really good. That felt really good. That was good, bro. The second star was pretty good. Bro, you've gotten faster? Not fast enough, though. I screw up in the end, you'll see. Unless I don't screw up this time. Well, I just screwed up with that, but... Yes! Oh my god, I've never caught it that close. That's actually kind of scary. The star's gonna be right next to me. You won't because I'm here. Aww. I would press my aw button if I could, but... Alright, come on. On the shadow. Yes! I didn't see the shadow, but... That was fast, that was fast. That was actually good. Let's go. Ow! Why you hitting this? Oh, that was bad. Okay, I'm good until BLJ's probably now. And he does bad in Dark Worlds, so feeling good about the run right now. Did you do anything cool today, Chris? Aside from feeling restless and sleepy, which kind of sounds contradictory. This is my first ever run against another player. Oh, he missed! He missed against Mips. I have to stop watching him, because I'm going to screw up this. Went to FedEx to drop off a package, that's it. Hey, that's better than nothing, right? Shit. Oh, I thought I messed that up too much, but... Okay. We're going to take time here, because... Yeah, no point to screw that up right now. Yeah, we're doing bad time-wise, but it's okay. Okay, because we're winning. And that makes me feel good about myself, even though he has 30 frames per second. And just came back to speed running. Okay. Okay, that was good. That was fine. You're lucky I'm watching. Yeah, what? I'm surprised. Why aren't you playing Horizon, actually? I kind of forgot about that. I'm so much more interesting than Horizon, aren't I? Come on, don't screw it up, Ping. Okay, good. Oh, that could have been bad, man. That could have been really bad. Wait, can I make it? Oh, if I made it on the first one, that would have been sexy, bro. I gotta wait for it to go back up. I feel good about winning this race if I don't screw up on BLJs. Or the Bowser throws, actually. But... But you never know. Let's just say I'm at a girl's house. Ooh! Did you have the sexy times? You're gonna have sexy times. Wait, why are you at a girl... Wait, is it your mom's house? Why are you at a girl's house and watching Ping Pong Moosters? Okay. That was not exactly what I wanted to do, but... And he's gonna teleport. Shit. Ah! That's good. What? Bro! Are you kidding me? Okay, that's okay. Oh my god. I know I had it, but apparently I didn't. Grab his tail, grab his tail. Shit.
Monkey do bad.
Monkey do very bad, bro. Bro! Oh my god. I almost died for that, bro. I don't know how I survived. Oh my god. I'm not, but let's just say I am. Okay. What a shit run. I'm just lucky he has a bad run.
Monkey do okay. Monkey do pretty okay, I guess.
BLJ's times, guys. BLJ's. This is where the run could end. It is fun. Yeah, it is fun. Especially because I'm winning. That's what makes it more fun. But... Jesus. Charizard, baby. Maybe I should put the thing on so I could hear it. Alright, let's put it on. I like to lose and then come back. Yeah, this might take a while. chat. Let's go. Okay. That wasn't as... That could have been faster, but for the run, it's good. I mean, for the chat, for versing him, it's good. Yeah, I'm trying to press when he lands, but thank you. Let's go. Well, I might PB. What the hell? I gotta turn off the goddamn thingy, though. Have you ever done a first try? I think I did a first try, and yeah, before. First or second try? I think I've gotten first try like 2 or 3 times. But... Why did I do that? Stop! There we go. Jesus. Whew, I gotta get better at doing that. Okay. Now I gotta just... I gotta get Bowser 3 throws. And you guys gotta remind me to put heartbeat on. Unless you don't want to see my heartbeat, which is fine. I'm gonna try this. I might as well practice it, you know? Even if I do shit this run, I gotta get it. Ah, cause it's definitely... Well, it's not a time save the way I'm doing it, but... Bro, I thought you just spam A. Fuck it, I don't care anymore. What a waste of time. He made rice and eggs because he got hungry. Lol. It doesn't even save that much time. If you don't get it in the first try. Maybe I shouldn't have done it. You don't spam A for that? Oh. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Not dealing with them. Not dealing with them. Okay, I'm probably gonna beat him. But if I PB, that would be even cooler. That would have been a flex. If I got it first try, yeah. Or if I got it at all, I guess. Yes! No! Bro, Bowser, stop playing with me, bro. Come on. I suck, bro. I suck. I'm not gonna PB and I don't deserve to PB. I don't deserve to PB. There was a certain time where I got Bowser throws like so consistently. And then that time just went away. I think I have to practice it a lot more. I'm actually pissed off. Bowser a little joker. Yeah, I'm playing with Fairy, actually. I'm giving him a chance to come back by screwing up. Nice, Pink. Nice. Didn't even fucking grab his tail. I didn't want to get hit by the fire. Doesn't matter. He still sprays more fire. I didn't even get one goddamn throw! Why am I such trash at this game? Bro, half of them are BS. The hitbox for throwing Bowser sometimes is so large and sometimes is so tiny. It makes no sense. Oh my god, finally. Yeah, just let me die, bro. There's an electron cloud. I almost died. It's okay. I'll get the second throw and then die on the third. You guys want to do a prediction on it? Because I'm calling it right now. That's what's going to happen. Ah! Nah, I'm not trying to flex, bro. I'm trying to get a PB. Which is impossible now. Yeah, stand right at the edge where I can't fucking grab you. See what I mean, Chris? I always screw up in the end. Grab his tail. What the hell? I have to throw. I was about to say I have to throw him or else I'll die. I'm making it more exciting to see if he could beat me. I died on purpose, guys, to see if he could beat me. Yeah, I'm trying to flex a bit, yeah. This is getting good for content. True. He's actually mad close. Oh my god. Oh my god! Grab his tail! Ah! Grab his tail! Bro. No, you're not spewing more fire. Apparently we're spewing more fire. Actually, fuck this game, bro. Fuck this game. I hope the creators of this game die in a video game. Not in real life, of course. How? I never played this bad on this section. That's bullshit. But Jesus Christ. Okay, I got three in a row, guys. I just don't get 3 in a row when it counts for a PB. GG's, Fairy. GG's. 4 minutes spent on bits. 4 goddamn minutes. But it's blue, so it's okay. You could tell how bad I am in that last section by just looking at live split, bro. Look, everything, SSL plus 20, everything was plus, which means I was doing worse. And then BLJ's was minus, which means it's like minus 2.7 seconds, right? Which means I could have gotten like a sub 25 easy. 23 minutes even. I'm kind of curious. I want to see what my best time is. I mean, average segments. My average bits is 29:30, okay. But look at that. 6 minutes from BLJs to bits to the end of bits. Anyway, GG's, bro. The lag makes BLJs and Bowser throws impossible to time properly. Here are bro, I gave the win. I gave you so many chances. I killed myself against Bowser, you know. I was flexing the whole time and just kidding. Can't say I believed in you, but drown me in the money. So why'd you believe in me then? Why'd you put points on me? Bro, the Discord has been working. Are you Ghost 45? If you're Ghost, no one reads, bro. No one reads it, bro. No one reads it. Read the welcome, please. Read the welcome. Unless you're not Ghost 45. I should have won regardless. It just didn't help on top of my regular suckage. Oh, okay. Hey, we're making some cake. You want to verse each other again? Because you've joined the Discord. You just didn't read the rules. No one reels the rules. Aww. Yes? Best of 3. All right, let's go. Let's do it. But yeah, race on your other PC. I think it helps me play better when it's competitive, to be honest. Oi, it's Josh? You joined when you joined, bro. You joined. You guys need to read it. You guys just need to read the no one reads it. No one. Oh, you saw Josh in the viewer list. What's up, bro? How you doing? How's the Naruto watching going? Big dub, let's go. Let's go. The PSU is broken. I don't know what that means, but that sucks. Okay, we'll do another run then. I have you popped out here. Okay. He did applause. Oh, I didn't even see you do applause. I'm sorry. Haven't watched Boruto in a bit. Naruto, not Boruto. Just killing my background processes. Oh, it's your decision if you want to do a rerun. I can understand why you wouldn't want to, because I'm just so good at this game. But yeah, if you want to. How's life going, Josh? Joshy boy. Yeah, Dalton, just read the instructions on the Discord, and then you'll be able to like see everything. Absolutely want to? Okay. Let me know when you're ready then, because I want to as well. Close system operations. No, don't listen to doctor. I don't know if that's what you should do. Probably not, right? Hey, Ghost is here. Ghost 45 joins. There we go. Did I move this at all? I don't know if I moved it. Oh, I think I just moved it way too much now. All right, let me know when you're ready. I guess you are ready. 3, 2, 1. When I enter go, it's ready. Okay? Go. I hope I get like 10 seconds advantage. Okay, that was a few seconds. Don't mind me, just streaming Goldfinger. Okay. Alright. Goldfinger. Not the other game? Wait, what happened to his game? Is he giving me more time? Oh, he went into the wrong file. Do you want to redo it, Fairy? Nah, let's not redo it. I need additional time, I feel like. You're not GoldenEye. Right. You like games that start with gold, huh? Who will win? Match 2. 2. What do you mean, who will win? I will win. I'm goddamn Ping Pong Moosters. I'm not gonna only win, I'm gonna get a PB. Oh, Lakitu, baby! Forgot to race final, so it'll be fine. Okay. Great to hear. Goldfinger is a ROM hack of GoldenEye. With the Mario characters? Or not. You guys could put predictions. You guys could gamble your channel points to guess who will win, me or Fairy. Shit, I haven't gotten hit by him in a while. Yes! Okay, that's good. Gamble your life savings away. Do it! Ad starts in 3 minutes, 12 seconds. Can I double long jump here? I tried to... I pressed the wrong button, bro. Sorry you guys had to see my face like that. I need to get the auto splitter. I need to set that up, maybe. I mean, I don't mind splitting it on my own. That's when I look over. But maybe it's bad when I look over. Jesus, are you dying, Ping? No, I'm just weird. I'm just a weird guy sometimes. Let's go. Oh, he messed up bomb clip again, I think. I feel bads, man, because of the 30 frames per second, but I don't feel too bad. Let's go. That was good. Good movement by Ping Pong Moosters. That's too much. The cap has to just a little bit go through the ledge. Like that. I think that's good. That should be good. Let's go! No, I'm not resetting now, bro. No. Sorry. Biggest reason is because I feel like it's a good run. Not because... Well, also because... Well... I mean, you have a chance. I'm gonna screw up. Let's be honest. I'm probably gonna screw up Bowser. If I don't screw up anything else. I am 2 stars ahead, though. That's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy, you know. It's pretty crazy, if you ask me. I don't know. It's, I'm doing pretty good. I'm a good. Pretty. Rizzago. No one put a channel points on either side. Ooh, that was good. Yeah, this just feels like a good run, so I don't want to reset. Sorry. But I believe in... Ah, you fell. I could see why you want to reset, though. Jesus. But isn't it going to keep happening? Because you have, like, a shitty... Like, the 30 frames per second? Bro, actual feels bad, man, bro. I'm doing really good on time. I think. I don't know. Plus, I think I'll screw up on BLJs now, but I don't know. Don't pause to type. That makes me feel bad. After this one, I have a solution. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I knew that was gonna be bad. But that ended up being pretty decent. Ooh, that was actually what I need to do more often. Look at that. Goldfinger. How is Goldfinger different than GoldenEye? Is your solution just streaming it? Because that might be a good solution. I don't know. Oh. Bro. This owl plays too much, bro. Not gonna lie. Huh? Bro! That would have been so good. You want to reset? Oh my god. The owl started from here and fucked me up, bro. That's why I screwed that up. It takes him half an hour to get back. It actually takes 30 seconds for the owl to get back. Don't consider just screaming it. Oh, my computer just died. That's why you didn't answer. Thank you so much for the sub, bro. 10 months? Sheesh. I will give you a song. I resurrected it. I will do a proper guitar song for you after this run. But thank you for the run, man. The run? The sub. Yeah, I was just asking, what are you up to in Naruto? I gotta keep remembering that I haven't screwed up yet. The run is still good. Like, in terms of PBs. Like, it's literally Bowser that screws me up. You finished all of Naruto. Naruto and Shippuden? That's why you said you haven't watched Boruto in a while, yeah? What's up, Timmy? How you doing? Yeah? Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna walk to it. Every time I jump to it, the camera changes and it screws me up. Yeah, I did win, but he's lagging a lot, so it's not like not the best feeling victory. I could have gotten a PB, but I screwed up with Bowser like 30 times. Yeah. What are you up to in Boruto? And how's life in general, Josh? I miss you, man. I want to play Call of Duty with you. For those that don't know, Dark Italian is a dark Italian. He's not even that dark, but a self-proclaimed dark Italian that I used to play a lot of Call of Duty with. We're both amazing snipers. Oh, I might get this. I actually got it. Guys, I actually got that. I don't get that on runs too often. Oh, that was almost bad. Oh, I changed the camera the wrong way. Okay, this is good. This is good. I can't look at chat for a sec, guys. Sorry. This is the most intense part of the run. The hardest time to look at chat, essentially. Okay. Okay. I usually don't do that, but. Oh. Never really got into Boruto. Life is good. Okay, let's try the thing. Oh! Shit. I mean, that's what I try it for practice. We're just gonna go up the stairs there. He's black Italian, man. Boruto gets really good at a certain point. I've watched a lot of other stuff. Life is good working at Canes now. What's Canes? I'm always good. I'm a robot. Yo! Stream elements! I put a bunch of, like, stream elements, like, stuff like that. And that's the first one I saw in a while. I mean, that's the first one I think that one hasn't been discovered yet. That was the first time it's been said on stream. Been grinding GTA. Nice! I'm gonna do a whole month of GTA, trying to get into No Pixel next month. Maybe. I still got do a lot of stuff for that, but watch Demon Slayer, Josh. He already does. Okay, guys, I think I won this run. Unless I screw up very largely. He still has to do all of bit DW, and I'm on SSL. Oh, we have to spin the wheel too, because you were the 5th sub. That should be cool. Stop touching the walls. I gotta watch season 2 of Demon Slayer as well, actually. Do it mid-run for a flex. Nah. Unless the run is dead. Every run has to feel like a PB, bro. Or else you don't try hard enough. Jesus, how fast was that? The bird was not even near the goddamn pyramid. Well, he was, but not that close to it. Okay, well, I screwed that part up, so it's fine. Don't have Funimation, but I've watched season 1. Nice. Oh, I've also watched season 1. Nice. Yeah, I think you told me once you were watching. But what's canes? I mean, I know what a cane is, but I don't know what canes is. But I'm so funny. Jesus. Hey, we're gonna do my way, because I screwed up the triple jump. Fast food place sells chicken tenders. Oh, you're making me hungry, bro. Awesome. What you doing with the money you're making? Saving up for, yeah, I don't know. What you doing with it? Saving it up for the future? Midwest thing. Ah. An Iowa thing? You get it? Do you get it? You get the joke? Oh! Oh my god! I forfeit. Give me a second. Okay. Fair enough. I'm gonna continue the run, but just because it feels like a decent run, even though I'm doing bad. Just saving for now, and yes, Iowa. Saving GTA. I feel like sometimes you have to jump for the star, and then sometimes... Oh, never mind. It just takes a while to disappear. Yes, Iowa, ... Oh, that was risky. That always feels so scary to do. Oh, that could have been bad. And it still is bad. What are you doing, Mario? Jesus. It all comes down to bits. It all comes down to bits. I guess I might as well do that since he forfeited. Let's go. The Discord thing is in the way. I gotta move it. Oh. Okay. Oh. I forgot to do that. Oh. Mips clip, baby. That took me 10 seconds longer than it should have. Why did I do that? The world may never know. Actually, I think he's fixing his side of stuff, so. Ooh, I am a genius. I am a beast. I am a genius. I am a beast. I am so good. Give me a sub. Give me I don't know. When I say give me a sub, that's meant for YouTube, not you guys. Don't worry. Come on, big boy. Big boy. I don't think I'll be able to pick him up. Might as well end the run here. Why you lurking, bro? Why you lurking? I'm just joking. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I'm gonna rematch Fairy as soon as Fairy... Jesus, I almost screwed that up so badly. Hey, that was bad. But I'm about a minute. I'm about a minute worse than usual. But, you know, it's okay. I have to figure out a way to make it work better as well. Swim, baby, swim. Oh, look at his... You know you can't see the bulge where his pee-pee would be? I don't know why they do that in this game. Check out my latest video on YouTube, guys. It's a fun one. I react. What do I do in that video? I mentioned it. Oh, yeah. I react to a Pokemon thing. That was kind of funny. Come on. Yes. Do I take the risk or take my time? Take my time, baby. I gotta side jump that. I really gotta side jump that. Here we go! But yeah, Fairy, let me know when you're ready. Okay. If I get a PB, I will... What will I do? I'll be very happy. If it's a good PB. If I don't screw up in bits, I will be a happy man. PB, PB, PB. That's the hope, baby. That's the hope. I gotta do it for you, bro. Mr. Dark Italian's not in here all the time. I gotta do this for him. Okay, we got some speed. Okay. Oh, I thought I screwed that up for a second, but I didn't. No, I missed it. I missed it. PBing is gonna... Really, bro? I didn't side jump that. PBing is gonna be determined. Ooh. Is gonna depend on certain factors. You're streaming now? That's what I figured you might do to avoid that. Alright, so then after this, I'll verse you. Oh! I don't know how I grabbed his tail. But I'll take it, baby! Let's go! That made no sense. Gold! Gold, baby! BLJ's time. I put a metronome on for this part. Ay, yeah. We're still not up to the hardest part for me, but gold is lit. I'm not gonna do the trick here because I'm a noob. I should do it though. Okay, that was bad. The stairs, yes. Damn it. I'm not getting it. Oh, that was so close. Yeah, it's always funny because I rage. Ah. Hey, I'm gonna get it this time. I can feel it in my penis. Bro! Bro, just give it to me! Ah! That must go through, bro. Give me it, please. Oh. Just gotta do that one more time. Okay. I could PB, but it won't be that impressive, I think. If I get all 3, though, that would be nice. As usual, this might screw me up. Get up, get up, get up! What the hell? That, like, never happens. Nice. Oh my god! What am I doing? Jesus. I gotta get that more down packed, but that's just gonna take practice. Oh my god, imagine I fell through that crack. That would be so sad. Okay, I'm gonna try the trick almost every time I get to bits, unless I'm doing really well. I'm gonna try the trick every time, okay, guys? No, Lindsay hasn't come by recently. She came by once, actually. She likes my TikTok sometimes, though. Really, bro? Really? Okay, well, we're giving up on that. This is a failed run anyway. Lindsay is a busy woman, I think. I don't know. Nope. Do not do that shit. Jesus Christ. This is a shitty run if I've ever seen one. Okay. All right. Can I reset, guys? Can I reset? The run's over. She's big on TikTok, true. I think I'm gonna reset. I'm gonna count the golds though. But this is just a shit run at this point. Plus, I'm sure Fairy is waiting. I don't want to keep Fairy waiting. Fairy started. Fairy, are you waiting for me? Might as well finish. Might as well finish a shit run. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yahoo! I'm doing these monthly challenges. I want to do one with Call of Duty. Josh, do you have any ideas that for a good Call of Duty run or like challenge for a month? Like being able to join FaZe Clan or something. That's not like a monthly challenge, you know. That would be much more than a month, and I would have to be like in the clan or something. But I was thinking of something, and I couldn't think of anything. Nice ping. Nice. Nice ping. Haha, you fell, you stupid mushroom. Are they mushrooms? I don't know what they are. Ooh, that's what I'm trying to do more often. Triple jumps into it. That was good. How much game time? Nah. Wait, what do you mean? Like as a challenge idea, or how much game time would I spend on it? Like a full month, every day streaming, like what I'm doing now for Mario, but instead for Call of Duty. Now I get my throws. When I pretty much ruined the run already. Wait, never mind. I take it back. This could have been a PB. I mean, everything could be a PB if I just don't screw up, right? How did that hit? Whatever. Pretty shit, bro. Pretty shit. 27-13. We're 21-24 for best possible time though. That's pretty cool. KD above 5? Jeez, that would stress me out so much. But how would I get that challenge? So let's say the first 5 days of the month, I just play bad and my KD is at 1. It would be so much harder to get a KD of 5. I don't know if that would be a good one. I don't know. To be honest, I haven't played much of COD recently. Fair enough. Fair enough. Sometimes I think about it and I miss it. I guess Warzone would be better, right? Like getting 5 wins in a row or something. You've been watching anime, right? You've been on the anime grind and on the working grind. Those chicken tenders, bro. I'm so hungry. All right. Now, how do we do this so everyone could see both screens? Why does it say you're playing Pokemon Platinum, bro? The title of your stream is Pokemon Platinum because game is fun. And game title is Pokemon Platinum. Alright. How do I show him and me at the same time?
And it's all thanks to you. Thank you, Mario. We have to do something special.
I gotta do some like crazy stuff here. Damn, your thing is huge. It takes up so much of the screen. I think there's a pop out button somewhere, right? Pop out, yeah.
For Mario.
Wait, so can I X this and it'll still be pop? Oh, cool. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay. Ooh, that's really cool. Oh, we could. Mine is huge. We could do this. How's that, guys? I think that's good. All right. Can you clear prediction? Twitch glitched me out. Yeah, no worries. That's what I was playing last. Makes sense. Why am I reading backwards? Killed out the buff 5? That's even harder. Wait, am I reading the same message twice? Oh, no, yeah. Killed out would be hard above 5. I actually just started my job still in training. Oh, cool. I love how Fairy voted for Fairy. Okay, I guess I'll return the points here. Oh, I just realized that my thing is in the way. I'm gonna make him smaller. Make him smaller. I think this is the right place to put it, maybe? Something like that might work out. Just gonna erase that. Maybe even more to the side. I don't know exactly where it is. Make this a little smaller. Does that work? I don't know how to do this well. It's okay, guys. I got this. This could cover the... There. That's good. Could even go a little more to the side. There you go. Make this a little bigger. There we go. All right. I am almost ready. Well, I don't know if he hears me. What is this?
Hi there.
That dog just...
My master made me this collar. He is a good and smart master, and he
Yes.
made me this collar
This was
so that
really
I
funny.
may talk.
Squirrel! That's funny the first time I saw that. Is that how I am? Why is it not resetting? Bro. There we go. It's me! Oh my god! Wait. An asshole. Do you like the lights, by the way? I don't know if you've seen the lights, Josh. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub, Josh. Just had to, sorry about that, Fairy. Had to do that. Okay, back to the game. It's could go for nuclear. We can only see the right half of your game. No, you can see my whole game right now. What you talking about? What you talking about, bro? Are you ready? Let me go to his stream, I guess, to tell him. I don't know if he's on this stream right now. I'm watching his stream as well. Oh, okay. Never mind then. 3, 2, 1, go. I better get the head start.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked
Ugh. Ah, he gave me a head start. Let's go. He's definitely going to play so much better now, so I need the head start. 2016 XXL freshman rap was the best. Yeah. 25? What is that? Football? American football? Could go for nuclear. Yeah, I thought of that as an objective as well. Told you to take it off. Also, Horizon is so pretty. That's awesome. That Horizon is pretty. That the game was as it was like, you know, it was going to be or whatever. Yeah, going for nuclear could be a good one. I feel like I could get going for nuclear with a sniper in like Vanguard or something. I don't know. Yes, I got Lakitu. That's a great start. I'm too used to the slow game now. My reactions are going to be appalling. Oh, yeah, you're right. So I'm going to have an advantage for one game. Let's go. Papa. Oh, he didn't get Lakitu. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ, bro. That was bad. So good looking, bro. You don't understand. It's crazy the amount of detail. I don't understand. Maybe I'll check it out later. Wow. I could have gotten a PB there or a gold split there if I did it better. He messed up bomb clip, I'm guessing, because he's jumping on the thing. I'm not going to be a star ahead this time. I mean, it'll make for a more interesting game, so. Ooh, I'm still pretty ahead. It's looking good. It's looking good. It's looking good. Let's go. I'm learning my long jumping skills better. Nice, Pink. Nice. Don't hit the plant. Okay, good. That might be good. That might be bad. I can't tell if I was... I can't tell. Let's go. It was good. Woo. That could have made me lose the lead. And he does a shortcut to get there, so I'm watching how he does it now. Oh, he screwed it up. He fell. Sheesh. I always hit this thing, bro. That was way too far. I knew it and I still went for it. Ooh, that's how I want them to be in the future. That was so good. That last jump. The rest of the jumps were trash. Trash! Oh, I'm pretty much... I'm not one star ahead, but... I am, but I'm not. Depending on how long it takes him to get cannonless. Ooh, that was good. Okay, at this point, I'm pretty much one star ahead. Let's go! Get up, get up. Good. Let's go. I finished Mario Odyssey. Nice. I don't know if I want to speedrun too many more games after this, to be honest. Honestly, speedrunning against other people is really fun, though. I mean, this is the first time I'm doing that. But maybe I'm just saying that because I'm winning. I am a sore loser, I feel like, so... yeah, I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. Damn, he keeps missing cannonless. How was Mario Odyssey? Did you like it? I played that a little bit at my friend's house around the time it came out, I guess. I feel like that game is so much harder, though, than this game. But then again, I never thought I would be speedrunning this game in my life, so who knows? Maybe I will in the future. Very fun? Nice. Nice! What games are you looking to for the future, Josh? You gonna get Horizon 2 like DNL over here, or? Jesus, I'm 3 stars ahead. He's getting very... He forgot how to do cannon. Oh, he got it. Nice. Very nice. You were doing it better with the 30 frames per second. Thank God. Ooh. Is GTA 6 a thing? Is that gonna come out? Or you're like hoping it's gonna come out? Or has it already come out and I'm just dumb? Ooh. We're ahead. We're on pace pretty much. What do you think of me trying to get into no pixel, Josh? You think I could do it? Do you think it's gonna be hard? Well, it's gonna be hard, but maybe with Timmy's help it won't be as hard, but yeah, I don't know. GTA 6 is official? Oh, cool. Who knows, but Rockstar said they were in production. Oh, when do you guys think it'll come out? I just gotta jump here. That was bad. That was bad. Oh, that was lucky, guys. That is what I like to call luck. All right? That was pure luck. I don't know how I made that. It made no sense to me. I'll take it, though. 2032. 2024? Ooh. By then, I'll be GTAing in real life. But who knows? GTA 6. Ba 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 ba. Ooh, that was cooler than what I usually do, actually. I'm just gonna walk so the camera doesn't change positions. Let's go! I almost hit the tree. If I hit the tree and the penguin died, bro, that would suck. Hey! I'm set to do pretty well, guys. If I don't screw up everything else. Pink could be married by 2024. True. I would have to find a husbando first. Just kidding. That was a joke, guys. I'm not gay. Nothing wrong with being gay. I'm just not gay. It was a joke. It was a joke. Ugh. I'd have to find a waifu by then. I'll just marry like an anime wife like that one guy did in Japan. There's some guy in Japan who literally married an anime waifu. Oh my god, Ping, what are you? What was that? Are you guys excited for President's Week? Those of us that have it. Shit, 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 shit. Okay. I could recover. That was bad, but I could recover. Okay. The trick here is to not die. Okay, not that bad. Not... Oh! I'm getting so lucky, I'm not even gonna lie. That was pure luck. No school. Yeah, baby! Do you got work, though? Or you're not sure yet, since you just started working there? Hopefully you get, overtime or something. Or, like, you get paid more because it's a holiday. That would be lit. Lit! I can't speak English. Okay. Oh! Imagine messing that up. Couldn't be me. I really should take more risks on this. I should have taken the risk now since he's ahead. I mean, I'm ahead so much. Okay. Not bad, Ping. Not bad. Good. We're not gonna dive. Not taking that risk for a while. Okay, Bowser. Get hit with my throws, please. Please, please, Bowser. I mean, no. We got this, baby. It's goddamn Friday. GTFO. Wait, that means get the F out. Bowser! Hit the bomb. Imagine I missed that. Jesus, that would have been bad. I'll take it, baby. Minus 11 seconds. 8 seconds slower than I should have been, but it's okay. What are you going to do on your day off? By the way, if I'm asking too many questions or it's annoying, just let me know. That goes for anyone in chat. GTA 6. What do you think they'll change from GTA 5 to GTA 6? Like, I feel like... I just don't know. The thing is... Oh my god. Fairy knows some tricks here that can make him go faster, so he might catch up to me soon. I might work. I don't know. I want to just chill. Fair enough, bro. I would want to just chill, too. Location? Oh, okay. That makes sense. See, for me, all the GTA locations are, like, new. I played GTA 4 when I was younger, I think. And maybe a little bit of GTA 5. I don't really remember, to be honest. Boing! Let's go! Let's go! Hell yeah! I feel so confident when it's, Oh! That's actually what I'm trying to do more often. That dive into the star was, like, sexy, bro. That saves, like, a few seconds. If my fingers could get more into that, that'd be awesome. Also, instead of going all the way around, which is what I do here. Okay, I'm gonna try the triple jump. Oh, let's go! I almost screwed that up. No moaning. Oh, sorry. You know how I moan, bro. I don't try to moan. It just happens. I apologize. I forgot to long jump for that. Oh, he got Bowser first try, though. It took me longer to get Bowser. Yahoo! Nice, Ping. Good job. Thanks! Imagine dying here. Couldn't be me. Thank God the coins give you health, bro. Sheesh, that was pretty bad. Yeah. I could have been 2-3 seconds faster. I thought it was worse than that, but whatever. High score. It's never a high score. They're lying to you. PB. All right, I'll try. try my bestest. I'll try my bestest. I mean, I could still screw up in some places. Oh, I thought he was doing MIPS for a second. I was like, what? The best I could do is sub 22 now. Imagine I get sub 22 right now. I would yell, bro. I would yell if I got sub 22 this round. I don't think it's possible, though. I mean, it's possible, obviously. Evidently. It's a big word. But I'm not feeling it. I mean, I am feeling it, but... Oh, that would just be crazy. Oh. He's not gonna PB. Yeah, I need reverse psychology. That helps me out. Oh, he missed Talon Flame. Talon Flame? Talon Fallon? I don't know what it's called. Oh. Still, BLJs could make or break the run. Or bits. Oh, doing that third long jump actually makes my heart stop every time I do it. I got so lucky with the RNG there. I got lucky there too. What the hell? Ooh, let's go. You just suck, bro. Remember, you ain't shit. That's right. I ain't shit. I suck at video games. Good try with the triple jump there. I'm so good that I could watch him play. No, I'm joking. I just had that second with the star. That's why. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hell yeah. That wasn't my best MIPS catch, but it was pretty good. It is? Damn it. Ugh, I wish I did the sponsor. I would have gotten so much money from you guys. If it's good with the Hispanics. Oh, I don't know if I'll be able to pick him up. Oh, yes. Yo, I'm actually on pace right now. This is really good. Okay, that was not good. I kind of screwed it up with that one, not gonna lie. Okay. That could have been gold split, I think, if I did that better. That was bad. I'm just joking, guys. You know how much they were offering me? They were offering me quite a bit of money. But you guys would have to spend money. I was trying to think of like how moral it is to make you guys like to do sponsored streams. But I guess at the end of the, I don't know, because I want to do it based off principle, you know? So HelloFresh I think was fine, to be honest. Because it is efficient, like you save time with it and stuff like that. So I wouldn't feel bad doing a HelloFresh sponsorship. But like, you know, I was just trying to figure out the principles behind that for the future. Looking to be the worst one you've ever done? Jesus. Well, let's hope it's looking to be the best one I've ever done. Oh. Actually got so lucky there. What the hell? Never mind. I take it all back. This is not the best one I've ever done. Ah! I got so lucky there. Ugh. Raid Shadow Legends. Whatever. Never really moral. Shut up. It was L split. Did not mean for that to happen. You became a shill. I wish, bro. Are you kidding me? I'm not a shill. They were gonna pay $12.99. No. They were gonna. I mean, technically, I guess I could. I don't know if I could. I probably can't say, but it was gonna be good. It was gonna be. Guys, I get more money from sponsorships. Like the few I've made, I think, around the same amount of money doing sponsorships and doing and from how much I've made from you guys. I did 2 sponsorships so far. Oh my god! And from those 2 sponsorships, I made around the same money from you guys. I would rather make money from sponsorships playing games than from you guys, because I would rather not take your guys' money, if that makes sense. But when sponsorships want people to spend money, it's a bit different, I think. But am I close enough? Okay, Jesus. What's up, Mac? Hey, thanks for taking out Musta. You drop to rock bottom after Raid Shadow Legends. You can say, but you won't get a second chance. Well, hopefully if I grow as a streamer, I'll get more than a second chance. I saw there was a Dorito thing. If you have 40 to 50 average viewers, you could get a sponsorship with Dorito, but it's like a long sponsorship. And I thought that was so cool. Are you serious? I just lost the run from Idiocracy. What was that? Oh my god. Bowser, just die. No one likes you. Princess Peach doesn't like you. Kill yourself, stream elements. Sheesh! How you doing, Mac? Welcome back. I say as long as you get paid, all good. Honestly, stream elements annoys me too. What'd you do? Eat Domino's daily? Oh, if I got like a Domino's? Oh! I was taking this way too casually. I need to prep for BLJs. I'm behind, but die stream elements. You just had Chinese food? Nice. Wow. Or Chinese people. That's not nice. Bro, this man is on DDD. Feels bad, man. No, Doritos, not Domino's. Oh, Domino's would be even better. Hell yeah, I would eat Domino's every day. Okay. It was Doritos. But I love Doritos too. Obviously a sponsorship with someone who is with a company that has like what the hell? What the hell, bro? Mario can't even move. That was such bullshit. Ooh, you caught a Hisui Arcanine. Nice. Oh yeah, how is Arceus? You just got the game recently. How is it? I like it a lot. Come on, bro. Go through. You can't tell me that doesn't... Oh my god. If that didn't go through, I would have punched someone in the face. My team is level 100? Jesus. But not Arceus. He's level 75. Oh, bro. How the hell did you beat the game that fast? Let's go. Of course, it could be a PB, but... Sorry, Fairy. You're so far behind. But I hope I PB. It could be a PB, but who knows the way I play. Okay, that was good. Ooh, that was good too. I concentrated on it. You're gonna piss off Emily? I probably already am. But it's Friday. I don't know if she's doing homework a lot, but you're right. I probably am pissing her off. The art of unhealthy time managing. That's sick though that you finished the game already. I have the stupid metronome still on. Bro. You know what? We're not going for it. We're not going for it. Not worth it. I'm not wasting so much time on that part. I don't do it well enough. I will try to practice it, though. It's all about the Bowser throws, baby. Alpha Lucario. There's an Alpha Hey, don't spoil the game for me. I didn't know there's Alpha Lucario. Oh my god. I don't think that's ever happened to me. We're gonna take the long way here. Jesus Christ, bro. Okay, I could definitely get a PB if I don't screw up. Favor is Machoke from a Japanese trader. Oh, cool. You traded online and stuff? Come on, take your time. Yes! Yes! Okay, there must be one here. No! Take your time, Ping! Take your time! What are you doing? Nice, I got hit by both of those. Shit, this fire is gonna hit me too. What the hell? Fucking hate this game. I actually hate this game. Oh, there's an alpha of every Pokemon? Oh. I thought you meant Hisuian, and I didn't know you meant alpha. Oh, that's sick. And there's alpha of every Pokemon? I actually did not know that. Yeah. It always happens like this. The second time, I don't hit anything. It's like the nerves go away because I know I fucked that up. Never mind. I fucking suck at this game, bro. Bowser, you're so gay. Gay Bowser. Wait, hold that thought, Bowser. Oh, there's one right here. There's one everywhere! Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? How? How does that not hit you, you gay Bowser? I fucking hate it. I actually hate this game. I 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 hate this game. This game's trash. This game's trash. This game's trash. This game's trash. Stupid. Oh my god, bro. GG's. Octane, you like Pathfinder? I like the girl with the smoke. I forgot her name. I like her a lot. When will we get good at Bowser? That's what's annoying. If you guys remember, a few days ago, I spent 20 minutes practicing Bowser throws, and I got it like 8 times in a row. No, 6 times in a row. But then I got like then I did a couple of runs, and I got Bowser throws like all the Bowser throws, but the last except the third one. I always screw up on the third Bowser throw, but now I'm just screwing up on all of them. I don't know. the run was going so well too. Look at that. Come on, I need better competition, Fairy. I'm just joking. Thanks, Dino. Have a great one. Thanks for popping in, man. I blowed it, like Josh said. There's a new character named Mad Maggie. Cool. Don't characters cost a lot of in-game currency? Ooh, I have to spin the wheel, guys. No one reminded me. I'm to spiel the win. Spiel the win. Spiel. Damn, he's still going at it. You guys ready? We'll have to take a shot of alcohol today.
The power of the stars is
I really don't want to spin it, to be honest. Ah, hats.
thanks to you. Thank you.
Hats are not bad, though. Hats are not bad.
Special for me.
Hats are not bad. Hats are just hats. Here we go! He says that a lot.
Let's bake a delicious cake.
boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna put you guys here for a second, okay? Dude, damn. Very not doing too well. Subscription goal progress 0. I need to find a better way to do this as well. There we go. Oh, I'm tired. Damn Daniel. I don't want to actually screw this up. I'm gonna keep it here. In case we do another run. I low-key want to watch a romance anime. Do it! Where's my boy here? Where's my guy? Where's the... Good job. Follow Fair if you want to see some Super Mario 64. Oh, he doesn't stream that much anymore, but still. You gotta... Jesus. Aren't you 21 now?
I'm a second-year uni student. I stream to chat while I play, so chat.
That's not even how you talk. I don't know why I did that. Oh, you put even music credit? Damn, that's a nice... That's a good... You're a good guy over here. The one on the right is my best segment. Your sum best 1849. Wait, 2849? What? Run on the right. 256. 226. I don't see it. I'm dumb, bro. After Mario 64, you gotta do Sunshine. Nah, he gets obvious though. Shots, shots, shots. Oh, I have to put the hats on. We got 4 hats here for you guys. Wow. Okay, 4 hats. It's all set up just for this moment. Right column is my delta for best time. Yeah, so oh, time one's... Oh, I see. Wait, do I see? I don't know if I see it. We still both got sub 30 though, which is pretty cool. It says plus 3 minutes. So your best? You said your best is like 20 something, right? I have 30 hats. That's weak sauce. Shots, hots, shots. Hey, when I move in with other streamers, I'll do shots more often. Don't worry. Welcome back, Dalton. How you doing? Still playing GoldenEye, what was the other one called? You want to feel how bad that was? Check my split. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, here it is. 2035. Damn, 2035 is so close. That must be frustrating. You want to go for another run? You want to go for another run? Don't forget to reset this time, the stars.
It's me, Mario.
Let's see if I missed any messages. Left column's my delta for BB. Yeah, that one I think I understood. Can you enable Sweet Home Alabama right now? Oh, I can't. Sorry. I'm doing runs on runs on runs, baby. For certain games, it depends on the game we do. So if we're just like doing Pokemon RCS chill, all the rewards are available. Otherwise, a lot of them aren't. For this specifically, a lot of them aren't. I apologize. I'm currently playing GoldenEye right now. Nice. There's no music being played either. You said yes. Okay. 3, 2. Wait, let me reset actually. 1.
It's me, Mario. Hello.
Go.
Okie dokie.
I hope that worked out.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you.
Oh, there's an ad in prog. Wait.
Best toadstool.
Oh, okay. I'll wait. You didn't delete, did you? Come on, bro. Come on. Sweet home Alabama. Are so sweet. Sweet home right. Are you ready, Fairy? If you're ready, 3, 2. Are you ready? If yes, say yeah. And I start count down. Okay, cool. 3, 2, 1. Go. I said go, but let's see. Okay, good. I'm like 2 seconds. Oh, wait. Why does it always do that for you? Oh, you reset it again, yeah. Listen, you're better than me, so I'll take the 10 second. I know I've beaten you every single time so far, but you're better, so I'll take the lead if that's okay with you. You've warmed up a bunch of games. Well, really one game because the other games were laggy. But you know how it is. My head is heavy because of all these hats. So that makes I'm gonna play worse because of that. You know, so yeah. So yeah. No moaning, Josh said. Sorry. That was bad, but oh, I thought I was about to fall off. Maybe this time I'll run the way that I know I can. Maybe. I got Lakitu though, so good luck, sir. Not that Lakitu is. Well, I screwed up. You didn't get Lakitu. Let's go. I mean, damn, that sucks, man. I screw up with the Babum battlefield anyway, so. Oh my god. No! Oh, I got it as he hit me. Oh, that was lucky, guys. That was pure luck. Okay. Plus 0.4 second. Oh, he didn't get bomb clip. Ooh, I'm getting lucky. And he got hit by the bomb boy. Let's go. Reacting to the star has given you a blah 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 blah. Okay, good jumps. Honestly, my long jumps are so much better because of Seth. I can't speak English sometimes. But my long jumps over here are always trash for some reason. Come on, Ping. Oh, I got cocky and I ran to... Wait, why is he doing it again? What happened? Did he die? No way he died. Bro, you're making this too easy for me. I'm such an asshole. Don't worry, I'll screw up on Cannonless for you. I died. Oh, I didn't screw up Cannonless, sorry. I'm just that pro, baby. I'm that pro. 1 star ahead, as usual. Actually, a little less than 1 star ahead, but... Come on, Pink. Womp's Fortress, baby. I don't know how to move there. I don't know the movement there that's best. Shit. I don't know why I thought that would be better. That was pretty bad. But I got my hats on me because of you guys, so should be doing good.
Shoot into the wild blue.
Oh, that's why it's called wild blue, because you shoot into it. Never realized that. Oh, he got the side flip so much better. I'm assuming you missed Cannonless? Unless you got Cannonless and you're that fast. Well, I guess I'll see. No need to type it. I don't want complaining for why I beat you. Just kidding. Oh, he has 2 stars, so yeah, he missed Cannonless. Sheesh. I've gotten so good at Cannonless, I feel like. Oh! That was so good. I don't think I've ever phased through him that quickly. That was actually insane. Sheesh. I kind of feel bad, bro. Your cannonless is not the best today. And the sign just cock blocked me. Just like my stepsis cock blocks me when I'm talking to my stepmom. What? What are you saying, Ping? What are you saying and what are you doing? What is this? There we go. Let's go. Sheesh. You got this cannonless, bro. I believe in you. Yes, you got it. Nice. Well, listen, if I screw up with the owl, then you could definitely come back, I think. Or at least make up some good time. You see, I feel like versing other people is so much more fun than playing alone. Because even if you screw up and the run is shit for you, and even if you lose... I did that way too early. We're gonna ignore that. Even if I lose, like the other person can PB or like someone wins out of it, you know? Someone gets something out of it. So it makes it much more enjoyable. But maybe I wouldn't be saying that if I was losing. I don't know. I feel like I'm a sore loser sometimes. I'm a loser and sore. I'm sore from all these victories. No, I'm joking. Jump! Nice pound. I just spammed the A button. One of these days, I'm actually going to break my controller. I forgot to jump! I actually forgot to jump! I was taking it so casually, I forgot to goddamn jump! Oh, he's gonna have a chance now to come back. How do you forget to jump, Pink? Jesus Christ. Actually trash player. That's gonna cost me a heavy amount of time, too. Oh. I mean, I was already doing bad on time. The blue helps also, seeing blue plus instead of red plus, I guess. That kind of helps. Papa, papa, papa. Why are they talking about my papa? But dumb joke. No. Jesus. I haven't missed you in a while, Penguin. Okay. I'm a freaking god. Let's go. Oh, he fell too? Did you fall? Sheesh. Okay, well, that secures my lead. That was only plus 6 seconds? Are you telling me if I didn't fall there, I would have been doing better than my PB? Jesus, bro. It is what it is. Alright. Beat DW time. I'm pretty far ahead now. But it can all change. I also don't know the best way to go on that, but I'm sure I'm not doing it the best way. That's fine. Ooh, that was close to almost not being fine. That's fine, because we made it fine. What the hell was that, bro? That was luck. That's what that was. I don't know how I didn't get hit there. Oh, well, okay. Had to get hit, I guess. Oh! Oh my god, bro. Bro, I'm actually like almost... Like, this is gonna be a bad split, but... If I don't die, I'll be happy, I guess. Should I take the risk here? Nah. Oh my god, he's already on this area, and he does this faster than me. No risks will be taken. That was bad. That was bad time. Okay. Not diving. I gotta practice that dive before trying that in a run. Okay, Bowser. Just die, and we'll all be happy. Oh, he almost fell for the red coin. I'm like watching him at the same time. Okay. That's not close enough, but I didn't want to risk it. It's okay. I lost a few seconds for that. It is what it is. I'll take it. Plus 1.1 second. I'll take it, baby! We've done so many runs today. It's like a sheesh, you know what I mean? That's the best practice, I guess. Once I have enough tricks. I mean, I have enough tricks to get close to sub 20. Or like, I have enough knowledge in the game to get close to sub 20. I just need to do everything that I know how to do perfectly. And then it's litty titties, you know? I just dumped into the pipe without grabbing star. No! Shit. Because I processed what you were saying, I might be late to the bird right here. Shit, I was late to the bird. I was processing what you were saying. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, at least I got the bird fastish. That was dumb. That was dumb. Get out! Get out! Never read chat at moments where you shouldn't. I'm an idiot. I forgot the second I get into SSL, I have to go for the bird. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. That's it. He caught up if he gets this. Don't. Oh, you didn't. You went in the middle. I don't think. Ooh, you still got it. Shit. That's what I get for. For being cocky. Now I'm screwing up the whole run. This should be a close one, though. No risks here. He's too close for risks. I lost 10 seconds with that dumb mistake. Oh, yeah, you need an extra guard. Yeah. I forgot. But I ruined a... Obviously, I still have a chance for PBing, but... Honestly, like, the thing that always ruins PBs is bits. So I should just practice bits at this point. Like, when I'm not doing runs, like... That was bad. I hope it's not plus 18, though. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Wait, but can't you get an extra star for Mips? Or when you get Mips' star, Mips disappears? Is that true? I don't understand how that works. I think it does. I saw someone going for a world record, and he punched Toad by accident, and because of that, he like lost the world. I think he reset. Or like his world record was like worse than it could have been or something. Isn't that crazy? Just from punching it accidentally. 15 star to spawn maps. Mips. Ah, that's right. Wait, so what are you gonna do when they come for you? Feels bad, man. Oh, imagine I missed that. Sheesh. My HMC could be improved on. I don't think it's that good. Oh, you're gonna go for that other HMC star. It's good that you know how to do that. I should probably learn how to do some of those stuff in case I screw up like that. Oh, so scary every single time. It doesn't get less scary. Okay, that actually redeemed me. Gold! We got a gold HMC. My movement for the second star gave me the gold. Let's go. We're getting a lot of golds today. Well, because we're doing a lot of runs, but... Nice, Pink. You couldn't even long jump. Oh my god, I actually got stuck there. No! I missed MIPS. Okay, okay, this is good, this is good. What? MIPS! Well, the run is over for a PB, but... Oh my god, bro, I'm actual trash. Fuck. Whatever, I got gold. And I'm still ahead on the race. Just barely, I feel, but... That was the worst MIPS of the day. Not the worst of all time, but... Am I gonna be able to pick him up? Yes, thank God. That could have been so much worse if I missed that. Plus 50. Plus 52 seconds, guys. It's so funny, because no matter how much I screw up on all these other things, the run is still alive as long as I do bits well enough. Oh shit, he screwed up MIPS too. But not as much as I did. Which is good, it's gonna be a closer battle. Come on, swim faster. Bro, I don't care if you're dying, hold your breath better. Imagine it was RNG how he holds his breath. That would be funny. Ooh. Oh, I'm swimming fast, bro. I'm like a shark. The hell? I'll take it, baby. I'll take it. Okay, okay, okay. I saved some time with that. I'm still kind of a star ahead. Because MIPS took him longer than maybe expected. Yo, can you guys believe that there was a day like just a couple of weeks ago where I felt like it was so hard to just play the game without dying. I mean, I still die against Bowser sometimes, but I feel like I've gotten so much better. No, I got stuck. Oh, I could have made it. I could have made it. Once I get that, if I make this more often, that's going to be a huge time save too. So once my movement gets good enough that I make that every time, that I can foresee a gold. You know? As long as I don't die to Bowser here. Not a gold right now, but it's already plussing. Should I do the trick? I couldn't jump! My fucking god, bro. Mamma mia indeed, bro. Why can't I jump? Sometimes I could jump, sometimes I can't. Nice, nice. Fucking dumb Mario. And by dumb Mario, I mean dumb Mario player, which is Ping Pong Masters. Okay. Ah! How? how did that not hit you? How did I grab your tail? The hell? None of that made sense. Are you serious? I put the BLJ music on. I gotta get it in my brain. I'm practicing while he's opening the door. Okay, that was bad. We keep getting bad BA. It's okay. Ooh, let's go! That was actually pretty quick. Your phone died? Oh, no worries, no worries. Let's go. Oh, I saved time with those BLJs. I don't have to go crazy with the BLJs. I finally realized that. It took me forever to realize that. I gotta turn this shit off. Okay. Miss anything? Yeah, I got pretty fast BLJs. And now I might get a... I'm literally almost PBing every single, like, run at this point. It's just... It's literally the 3 Bowser throws that are screwing me up. Like, look at this. Do y'all want to watch some world record attempts of GoldenEye? Not at the moment. Sorry. But yeah, try to ask people on the Discord. The Discord's not as active as I wish it would be. And it would be cool if you guys interacted with each other more. IMO. Okay, I'm not gonna do the shortcut. I actually missed that. I don't understand what Stream Elements said. No, Stream Elements is an asshole. Whenever you say hello, it responds. And makes fun of you. I don't like Stream Elements. This would be an amazing run if I got all 3. When I get all 3. Not an amazing run. A really good run for me. Obviously not amazing. I'm scared of the shortcuts at this point. Ooh, he's on bits also. It's all on this. Wait, yeah, I have 2 minutes to defeat Bowser. How many minutes do you guys think it'll take me? Hit, hit, hit! Let's go! Yes. No! I fucking suck. Yeah, I don't care if that happens, that's fine. Yes! Getting better at the throws because of all these runs. Come on. Spin faster. No! That was claims not to like it. You are right. I did give it its power. Alright. Guys. Can someone come to me IRL and just shoot me in the face, bro? Okay, I'm gonna get it this time. I just remembered how to get them. In a video game, yeah. In a video game. If that didn't hit, bro, I'm gonna get a PB, but it's not gonna be sub 25. Ugh, that's annoying. I mean, yay, a PB. And I beat Fairy in the race. 25-12. Ugh. I mean, I golded. I mean, yay, a PB. I mean, it was like 20 seconds faster. That was a close one, though. All right, I PB'd. Stream's over. Just kidding. Am I kidding, though? I'm gonna stream Doctor. Wanna watch my world record attempts? I feel like everyone is a streamer. How many viewers on Twitch are actually not streamers? Or haven't streamed once in their life? We all trying to make it big. Not all of us, but some, you know, a lot of us. Most of us never will. Isn't that crazy? By all rights, I should have crushed you. And by all rights, I should have crushed you, bro. I missed like 3 goddamn... Well, not should have crushed you, but I should have done better. I missed like 3 goddamn Bowser throws. Because I'm an idiot who didn't grab a star, I lost. Oh yeah, that's true. That actually did make you lose. I think that's the end, guys. If I did one more run, I would lose to Fairy. Actually, no, Fairy, you want to do one more run? One final run? You want to do one final run? If you win, then that's cool. And if I win, then that's cool. Okay, let's do one final run. Don't forget to take away your stars. All the eggs on this run. Exactly. All the goddamn eggs, baby. It's a me, Mario. It's a me, Ping Pong Moosters. I'm the pingiest one of them all. Like, I'm taking off these hats. You guys had enough of them. I could have gotten sub 24 if I didn't have those hats on. The reason I wanted to race you was because you needed some more enjoyment. Aw, that's so sweet. I am getting more enjoyment racing. Also because I'm winning, but... Okay, Dalton. For all the marbles, all other runs were warm-ups. Yes. Exactly. Wait, no. Go to Discord, the chat PPM is on. Dalton, usually I feel like it's rude when you're like, hey, I'm streaming right now, you know? Usually a rude thing to do, just to let you know for the future. But I also don't have 100% like feeling about that anyway, so. Been throwing the whole time, so Ping grows self-confidence, it would seem. Oh yeah. Well, it's working. 3, 2, thank you, Dalton. 1, go. Oh. Never mind. Apparently I didn't delete it. No, reset. I'm an idiot. Elliot. Yeah. I'm just an idiot. Idiot. Alright. It's a me, Mario. Oh, I have to type it in chat. 33, 22, 1, go.
Okie dokie, artichoke.
I don't know why you start by resetting and then... Oh, you start runs differently than I do. IMO. MO. We got this, bro. If I win and if I get sub 25, at this point I want sub 24. I'm not gonna lie. I want to do better. But if I get sub 25, No, if I get sub 23. If I get sub 23, I'm gifting 5 subs. Runs our times from reset. Don't people do it differently? Wait, isn't that the same thing? Wait, how do I time runs? I feel like I time runs on reset, no? Oh my god, that was actually terrible. No, I'm not getting sub 20. I know for a fact I will not get sub 20. Because I'm just not good enough to get sub 20 right now. Jesus, that was actually the worst start I could have. No, well, I could have fell, but... I didn't even get the momentum build up, so I couldn't get to the door faster. Runs are timed from reset. Not from pressing start. Oh. So I've been doing it wrong this whole time? Is that what you're telling me? Like, for world record, it'll only count from reset? Oh, shit. So I'm not doing as well as I thought I was doing. Oh, that could have been bad if I screwed it up. If he gets bomb clip, bro. Let's see. Oh, he didn't. He didn't get bomb clip. Let's go. Whew, I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, I guess technically it's possible I get sub 20 this run, but I mean, my best assuming that I do everything the best I've ever done it ever, the best I could do right now is, you know, 21 minutes, which, believe me, if I got 21:31 right now, I would be ecstatic. Nice. Stop it! I'm gonna take a break and watch you run. Aw. Cool. Thanks. At least I didn't die this time. True. Yeah, make it more interesting, bro. I mean, to be fair, we were close the last 2 games, I think. Just get cannonless first try, bro. Give me a challenge. I can't believe I'm beating a guy that almost got sub 20. Oh no, he's lagging. What happened? Oh no, he's back. Never mind. Okay, that I think might have been bad. Shit, I screwed up cannonless. Don't get cannonless. I screwed it up. Just kidding. Try your best, bro. Here we go! Screwing up cannonless is not a good start, though. My start today has not been good. It looks like he's doing it well, though. I think he got cannonless. Yeah. I mean, nice! I knew that I was gonna... Well, sometimes I think I'm gonna screw it up and I don't, so... That might be good? I can't tell. That's good? Let's go! Okay, okay, I redeemed myself. We're pretty much the same now. I'm like 2 seconds ahead. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, guys. Things are getting spicy, baby! Best run of the day. Even if I don't PB or he doesn't PB or whatever. Just because it's so close. Let's go. That was actually super fast for me. Hit me, baby. Hit me, baby. One more shot. Shit. I got stuck. Whoo! Damn it. I'm only like a second ahead now. Even less than a second. He's so gonna demolish me. He is so gonna demolish me, bro. Unless he doesn't. He's like, last run of the day, I won't go easy. Oh, I screwed it up. Ooh. I almost missed that as well. Ooh, he screwed up? Oh, no, he didn't. What the hell? No, I screwed up! He's ahead of me now. If he gets this. Damn it, he is ahead of me. Oh, we're actually pretty much exactly the same. Oh, now he's ahead of me. Oh, he's ahead of me. Oh my god, it's like the same actually. Or I'm like a little ahead. How did I become ahead? I guess I pressed A faster. He screwed up with his triple jump, I guess. Where's the owl? Okay, I don't like when the owl flies from that side. Cause then I miss this sometimes. Okay. Yo, this is actually so close. What the hell? Damn it. Bro! Bro, just jump! Shit, I suck assholes. Okay. This is fun. This is fun. We're so close. Nice, Pink. Nice. Ooh, miss it. Did he miss it? Oh, he didn't miss it. I mean, good job. Oh, he does that faster than me. Unless he screws up like that. And then I screwed up because I was looking at his screen like a dumbass. Okay. Okay. Here we go! Actually, I just realized he's definitely going to be ahead because BitDW, he's very... Or not BitDW. Yeah, BitDW, actually. He's very good at... He's very good at BitDW getting the coins. Or the regular bit, whatever it's called. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, BitDW. I don't know why I'm going crazy here. He knows tricks that I don't know, that I'm not good at. Okay, I've caught up with CCM there. So unless he screws up and dies, should be good. Or I screw up and die. Let's see how he does that. Oh, he double jumps in. Okay. This is close, guys. This is a sheesh if I've ever seen one. Sheesh. Damn it, I missed. He's so fast. Oh. Damn it, I ground pounded. He's so fast, bro. I'm really shit on this area, bro. Whew. Oh! I almost fell. Should I take the risk to catch up? Nah, fuck that shit, bro. Ah! How did I fall? Are you serious? I didn't go forward. Oh, you fell too. Oh my god. We both fell. We both suck ass. Well, we're not getting any PBs. That's for sure. Oh. Ooh, that was close, guys. I sing fire to the rain, watch it burn. Oh my god. Ah, he ground pounded. I feel the pain, bro. I feel the pain. Because I just... What am I... Oh! Can we just take a moment to realize what the hell just happened and how I survived that? Can we just take a moment of silence for that? Jesus Christ. You fell again? Oh. I almost fell, bro. That was actually insane. I should probably take a risk here. Ow! I fell! Alright, bro. This is just a terrible run now. You want to reset? Ooh. I did the thingy, though. Okay, that was good. That was pretty shit, but I'll take it. Nice ground pounds, nice ground pound. That's what I was going for. Bro, stop ground pounding, stop ground pounding. Oh my god, that was terrible. Imagine I got hit there and died. Damn it, he didn't die this time. I mean, good job not dying. Oh my god, bro. I can't believe I died so many times. Okay, that was good. Whew, I'm not too far behind him. I don't feel like I am, at least. Okay, good. Oh, he missed, but he got it. I think my BLJs might be better than his. That's what I got to think about now, BLJs. Cuz I'm pretty far behind now. At least for now. Obviously his BLJs is probably better. I suck. That world was genuinely crap. Yes. Oh, I forgot in this world he jumps. I completely forgot about that. That made no sense, but I'll take it. It was painful as shit, bro, yes. That was painful for both of us, bro. 2.5 minutes. Might as well do a new run at this point. You know what I'm saying? Just kidding. I said that because you're winning. Just kidding. Don't screw up the birdie bird. Little offensive, but can't stop laughing. Cool. Damn it, he got the bird. Good job, bro. Nah, there's no good jobbing here because I know he's not gonna get a PB from how much we screwed that part up. He missed the star a lot though. Well, he's 1 star ahead of me essentially now. Okay, that should be good. Boing! Ooh, I needed that. Oh, he fell on the hill. He fell on the hill. I'm such an asshole. I get so competitive. Okay, that was kind of bad, but still 1 star ahead. But kind of closer 1 star ahead there. Let's go. Okay, I didn't screw up. I'm gonna have to triple jump here. Never mind. Bro, if I fell into the sand, that would be game over there. Not like I did that much better, but... Oh. I'm falling behind way too much. And I suck at, Nice. I suck at Lava Land. Lethal Lava Land, actually. That was purposeful, guys. Don't worry. Oh my god! I missed it. I missed the coin. Imagine dying there. Imagine I actually died there. Jesus Christ, bro. I'm so far behind. Jump! My jump button wasn't working. I pressed it too late. I pressed it too hard or something. I don't know. Don't fall. Don't fall. Damn it. I'm such an asshole. Hey, I gotta think about the PB. I gotta think about the PB now. I have a chance to PB. Okay. Oh, that could have been super bad. Instead, it was just regular. Oh, he keeps falling. This is good for me. Not gonna lie, I want to race. Right? It's fun. Yeah, but isn't your PB like sub 20? And aren't you like really... If you give me a heads... Like, if you give me an extra like few minutes, I'll race you. Okay, that was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. You already got MIPS too. Jesus. I did HMC worse than a lava line. Okay, I can't PB at this point. Might have lied. It's a 2730. Wait, what? That's very different, bro. 24? 24? Wait, if it's a... I don't know if you're telling the truth or not. Let's go! That was actually so good. I just caught up by getting that, bro. Let's go, baby. That was like the fastest MIPS thing I've ever done, probably. Not MIPS clip, but just getting him. Okay, that's gonna... Oh my god. Never mind. I was gonna say that's gonna save time, but I don't know about that anymore. I haven't speedrun Mario 64 in like 6 months. I will try my hardest since I didn't play in a while. I've been speedrunning GoldenEye. Ah, fair enough. I'm in the mood to do more speedruns. I don't mind, especially if I have a good chance of winning. I'll do it. If Fairy is okay with it, of course. Ooh, we're around the same area. Obviously, it all matters on this. Oh. I'm ahead! I'm ahead! I'm ahead, baby! Let's go! Hell yeah! He screwed up with DDD there. I mean, I'm barely ahead, but it still feels good. Feels good, man. I don't know if I could triple jump that. I've never tried it. Oh, that was actually so good. What the hell? Get up. Oh my god, that was actually terrible. What the hell? Oh my god, that was so bad. We're gonna ignore all of that. No! I could have made it. Shit, I have to wait. Oh, his is going up, mine is going down. He just took the lead because I'm a fucking dumbass. Oh. Okay. That was good, though. As long as I don't die by Bowser, should be good. Oh, he dives straight into it. That's mad smart. We're like neck and neck, but we could both die here. I'm not taking a risk with his jumps. There we go. That feels so much safer to me. Okay, well, I missed his tail. I hear! How? All right, you won. GG's. Oh my god. Fairy, I literally just did the stupidest thing. Welcome back, Angel. I just do whatever when you play with another streamer. What? What does that mean? Whatever. I have to learn how to grab his fucking tail better. Where am I throwing him? Nah, I think I lost this one, bro. I fucking missed the throw. I just fell off and what just happened there? This never happened to me before. I'm actually trash at video games. If I missed that, bro, I would have punched myself in the face. Well, it's not really a collab. I don't know if I would call this a collab. But yeah. All right, no PB. Now I just got to concentrate on beating him. No, you got it. You got the VLJs. I mean, good job. Now, I lost by dying in BDW, but I'm talking about me. Ah, you're going to try to do a collab? Cool. Who are you trying to do a collab with? I'm like watching you. Oh, you got it. No, you won, bro. Unless you screw up so much with Bowser throws. And I don't, somehow. You did a collab right now? Oh. Cool. Oh my god. Is that first try? That might be first try, guys. That's actually first try. When I don't stress about it because I know I'm playing shit, I play better, huh? Guys, what the hell just happened? That was insanely fast. For me. Don't die, bro. Don't die. Well, what did you collab on? I don't know why I didn't long jump there. Yeah, that was good. That was good. Rec room? Nice. That sounds fun. Insane BLJs. How's that not gold? My BLJs... There was one time where I got really good, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. My movement to the BLJs maybe was bad. I don't know. Okay, he's on Bowser. I think he's gonna win this one. It was? Great to hear that, bro. Got any new fans or followers from it? Horseman, what's up, bro? I don't know who you are, but how's life? Oh. Should I do the thing? I'm not doing the thing. I should have dived. Oh, he got it. He got it. GG's, GG's. You're okay? Great to hear that. Horseman the Risen. That's a cool sounding name. Yeah, I lost. Oh, wait, hit. Does he have one more throw? I can't tell. Nice ping, nice. Oh, he does have one more throw. Oh, he keeps missing. I could actually win. I could actually win. Oh, let's go. I actually beat him. Oh my god. What a close game. Really good bits looks like. Yeah, I think I might get a gold here. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, he died too. Jesus. Bro, guys, what do you think that would have... I think I could have beat PB'd if BitTW wasn't so terrible. I gained 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Imagine I only gained like 2 minutes there. Aw, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Arigatou gozaimasu. That's... Let's see what my new best possible time is. 21:09. Yo, we're so close to sub 21. It's late, but I'll follow. Why not? Aw, thank you. See ya. Oh, you gotta go? All right, have a great one. Yeah, that literally saved 11. That saved like 12, 13 seconds, guys. I died when I knew I lost. Oh, okay. I can't believe I somehow made that back. I was so sure I won, but then like I said, BLJs and bits. Your BLJs weren't bad though. Yeah, I want to do more. That was really fun. I can't believe we both screwed up so hard on BitTW. 2101? 2109? 2109? Oh my, sorry, Dalton. I'm gonna do a little more with Fairy if that's okay. Oh my god, guys. Yo. Here we go! Alright. Ooh.
It's me, Mario.
Yo. I need more setup time anyway. Okay, cool. I might not do too many more today, Dalton, so... But we'll see. We might do one today. Okay. Oh, he's still going for it. Okay. He's trying to finish the run. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back, guys, okay? I'll be right back.
So long, Bowser. Press start to play.
Wait, why are the ads running for so long?
Hello there.
Odyssey is more fun to run? Really? Oh my god. Is that Sinpill Lover?
To play.
I haven't seen you in a minute. Sometimes I forget your alt accounts. I have to look at your logs. I mean, what's up? Is that Landon? No, it's Simple Lover. Have cancer and add. Lol. Yeah, I'll wait for the ad to finish. It says 14 seconds left. Oh. Jesus.
Press start to play.
Pog indeed. See, there's a reason, guys. Oh, I already deleted it. Wait, is he practicing? Hey, don't practice bomb clip. Don't. Oh, good, you missed. All right, let's start. Let's start. You ready, Fairy? Dalton says same. You have cancer and ad. Aw. Welcome back. I need to get my account, BRB. Okay. Fairy, get ready for the next run. There's a reason why I got so much more excited there than for the PB we just got. The PB we just got was cool. It saved like 20 seconds, or we got it like 20 seconds. But the fact that I golded bits and I got all 3 Bowser throws is just such a good feeling. Because I feel like now, every single section of mine is like pretty good for my standards. Like my best possible time, I can't lower it by much more unless I get just faster, I think. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, 3, 2,
Me, Mario.
1, go.
Okie dokie.
If I end up PBing, I'm gonna cry just so everyone's aware. I would understand, bro. I would understand.
Princess Toadstool.
And another ad? Really? Oh, well, because you came with the other account. God damn you, Stream Elements. What splits you use? I need them. Look up live splits. I just looked at what other streamers use, and I made it myself, actually. So you could probably make it yourself, or I think you could import it somehow. I don't know how that works, though. There shouldn't be ads for anyone coming in for the next 28 minutes, but I don't know. I use live splits. I need your splits though. Just look at them and copy them. They're on screen. Yes! Like it too. That's a great start. I mean, I made them manually, and I was looking at a lot of different people to make it. Because I didn't know how to make it, so... I'm sure you could do the same thing, Dalton. I believe in you. Rec room? Oh my god, I messed up. That could have been a PB. I actually am trash. Bro! Bro! If I died there, I would have cried. Wait, what happened to... What happened? Why is he so far behind? No, start getting some... He actually got me with that. If I died there, bro... I pressed the wrong button. If I died there, I would have cried. Lol, good. Oh, he's not even going for bomb clip. Smart man. Oh, he also got hit. That makes me feel better. His WF is better than me, and his bit DW is definitely better than me. I think that my biggest disadvantage is bit DW against Fairy.
Monkey do bad. Monkey do
He
very
started
bad.
late. Oh, gotcha.
Monkey do
I
okay.
appreciate it.
Monkey do pretty okay. I guess.
Lol. Let's go. I appreciate you starting late.
Monkey do good. Monkey do very good.
It makes me feel better about my gameplay. Monkey do good. That is way too far away. That is way too close. I'm taking my time here not to... this might be bad. I can't tell. That might have been bad. Let's go. Okay, good. Woo! Yeah, his WF is slightly better than mine, I think, because of that. Well, or maybe a lot better than mine, I should say, but... Okay. Let's do that. Why is this so fun to Oh, he missed it. Ooh, he missed cannonless. You miss cannonless a lot. Have you forgotten how to do it like the way you used to, or is it just like you're trying to do it a faster way, or? Well, don't answer that now, but. Hey, that was not bad. That was actually beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that kind of worked out. I'll take it, baby. He's really screwing up on cannonless. Nice, you got it. Your cannonless gotta get better, bruh. I'm gonna be ahead. I'm gonna beat. I missed some inputs for cannonless. Cannonless, yeah. Gotcha. You're still rusty. You're still rusty. That's what it is. I'm a freaking. Jesus, you got a Yahoo so quickly. I didn't even realize that. Okay, I thought I set that up perfectly, but apparently not. I'll look at chat in a moment. Okay, that was obviously screwed up. And that was obviously good. When they were doing the archery tournament and they were waxing the floor and everybody fell with me. Fell on this dick. Bro, you're not gonna get me now. I don't know why, but I saw it coming, bro. Yeah, you didn't get me. Let's go. I don't know why I feel so happy that you didn't get me with that. There's a way to skip this dialogue. I keep saying it, but maybe I should learn it. No, I hate when the owl starts from here. When the owl starts from that area, it feels so weird. Sometimes. Okay, we're good. We're good. I'm still sucking you off. Bro, you're too young to do that. Alright. One day. Wait, when? No, not one day. I don't know why I said one day. Okay, I definitely need to do this better. Jesus. I'm a day too young. You're more than a day too young, bro. Don't even lie. CCM gold will get... Even a possibility of that is ruined now because I spent 30 seconds doing all that stuff. Damn, why so triggered, bro? Canvert? Did you say one day? I'm a day too young. Did I screw that up? Oh my god. That was almost terrible. Did he screw up Owl? He must have screwed up Owl. Jeez. Canver. Cancer. What? I don't get it. Retzago. I'm so consistently good right now. Just kidding. I screwed up bit DW last game. Alright, that was good. One day, better make it 2 day. You kill him. Huh? Ooh, that saved a lot of time. I'm gonna drink a monster right now. Let's go. Don't make this joke about me being a year or something of being young. Too late? What are you too late to? You get it? Ooh, that might be the best way to do this. I could still die in bit DW and he could catch up, but run's feeling pretty good to me. 2 days sounds like today. Too late, you suck off, you. Huh? Too late, you suck, you. Kafefe. Kafefe? Hey, that's ex-president's word. You can't steal his word. It's messed up. Yeah, you did. But you know what? You know you effed it. You fucked it up. You know you screwed it up. And you're going to learn from your mistakes. And that's the best way to learn from your mistakes is to make mistakes to learn from. That made no sense. That happens way too much. I definitely gotta practice my bit DW. If I improve this, I think that's what will get me the. Ah! I died. I did it on purpose to give him time. Your mother must be Einstein then. The thing is, I am a mistake. Aww. No, that's just sad. Great. It's probably not a good thing. Okay, he got the penguin. See, I gotta make it more interesting for you guys. I should have pressed it. You entered the cool mountain slide? Oh. Oh, that sucks, bro. And I died. So, what a scary jump. Well, no PBs right now, but... I'm taking... Nobody wants it to be born, but here we are. Well, you don't know that. You don't know what happens before we're born. Maybe people would love to be born. Did you die? He died in BitDW? Bruh. What are you, me? Yes, I do. How do you know this? The thing is, I feel like I missed a message. Bro! You know what? Let's just take the stairs. I already screwed it up. Don't you play as Yoshi at the start? Yes, actually. You do in the original on the DS version. I guess in this one you don't. That's actually a great point. I don't know. Your mother must be Einstein then. Wait, why'd you say that? How's the monster drink, Dalton? I don't know why I did that. I actually don't understand what my head was processing when I did that. Imagine I'm missing that. Yo, he keeps dying. What the hell? Got distracted by DS talk. Lol. It happens. Haven't had it yet? Oh, okay. I apologize. Dying cost me 50 seconds. And look at the best possible time still. Jeez. Boop, 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 I really gotta get my movement better here. Go hurry. I think if he hurries, he'll die again. Yo, my right hand actually hurts. Sheesh. We're getting a lot of runs in today, though, which is beautiful. It's all thanks to Fairy. I love you, Fairy. Obviously, with Dalton, we'll get some runs in as well, because you offered, but, you know. No, not him, you stupid. Oh. I am stupid. Okay, that's good. Yes! Okay. If you learn by making mistakes, your mother must be Einstein. Huh? Okay, well, I screwed that up. IE have learned a lot. IE made a lot of mistakes. IE, your mistake. Key laugh track. Exuent clown. What? What's the exuent clown part? I don't get it. I don't get it. Monkey. I am a monkey, and that's racism. But you think I care? I don't give a shit. Ooh, I did the thing. I triple jumped. I took the risk. Let's go. Damn, SSLs are actually really quick. It feels like I'm so far ahead, and I am kind of far ahead, but they're also just quick to get. Anata no koku no something no boru. Why talking about my penis, bro? And how'd you know that I like when you talk about it? I'm joking. Please don't talk about my penis. Oh! Unless you're... Oh my god. Oh! If I died in Lava Land, bro, I don't know what I would have done. Oh, Saru no Boru. You did say monkey balls. No, you said... No. You said your cock of your monkey ball. Of your monkey ball. Your cock of your monkey ball. Doesn't even make sense, bro. Google Translate, baby. You didn't say in, you said of. Monkey balls of your cock of your monkey. I don't know. Your mistake. Exuent clown. That's the only part I didn't understand there. I put monkey balls in your cock. Google Translate said you're wrong, though. Oh, he got the thing. Ooh, and I did the triple jump. I'm not gonna lie. Every time I do that, that's scary. It does not become less scary. I had to change my thing there. Because I knew if I didn't, I would screw up HMC. Let's go! There's clearly no verb in that sentence. That is true. Well, to put. Oh, you're saying in the sentence that he sent? Yeah, you didn't even say put. I think that's saru. I don't know the kanji, because my kanji is shit now, but... Ago no saru no boru? Ago? What is... I don't remember what ago. Oh my god, imagine I fell into the hole. That's what she said. That would have been bad. I don't know why these side jumps sometimes are so hard to get. Here we go! At best, you're looking at your balls, monkey's balls. Yeah. Pretty much. I'm at MIPS. Where is this guy? Oh my god. How'd you fall so far behind? Am I just that good? Okay. I'm actually trash. No! I screwed up on MIPS, bro. You have a chance. Good, good. Run this way. What? He ran the other way. Are you serious? Bruh! What? What? I ran into a wall! Oh my god, bro. I'd like 3 times in Dark World. I know it translated wrong. Haha, sucks to suck. That was so close. I saw the shadow and then it went away. No! Fuck. Your mom in the back, stop yelling. My sister upstairs, stop yelling, probably. The shadow can't be too far away. Because then I can't grab him. Oh my god, that was terrible. No PBs this round. But hey, Fairy has still never beaten me. So I feel like a beast. Okay. That was pretty trash. Oh, he's actually pretty close. Sepsis? The kanji you want looks like lambda. Damn, I'm demolishing this man. Unless he mips clips really quickly. Oh, he did. Shit. Oh, it wasn't really quick. It was quick enough. Why am I stopping to swim? Swim! 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 I stopped swimming! I have to look at Mario at all times or else I start swimming. But I'm tired of looking at his ass. It's pretty hot. NGL, but... I could still do this. Oh. That was pretty bad. But I'll take... Ooh! Oh, we saved a second. Sub 25 question mark? Sub 25. Definitely possible. Bro, the controller didn't do A again. Again, it didn't do A. Wait, is my controller broken? Stop. Imagine being on pace for sub 20 and the controller breaks. Some of you might ask, why would you purposefully go into that? Because I knew I would get hearts anyway. Come on. Oh! Oh, I could have died there. Oh my god. One of the scariest goddamn things, bro. Okay, I could take my time here. Ooh, he's caught up. Kind of. BLJs and bits could actually dictate this game. We're pretty close. Okay, gotta waste time with the heart a bit. Let's do it. I'd like 3 times in Dark World. What do you mean by that? Like, I died 3 times, or I do 3 tries with Bowser? I'm not doing the trick to jump over him, because I've been fucking that up way too often. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Just don't teleport yet, bro. Don't teleport. Good boy. Huh? Oh my god, bro. What am I supposed to do? Oh, that actually worked out. I don't know where the fuck I just threw him. That's it. You're back in the game. I screwed up so much, you're back in the game. Unless you die. I mean, even if you die, you're back in the game. Shit. He's ahead of me. Ah! Oh, you died 3 times. You died 3 times, you're still gonna beat me because I suck ass at throwing Bowser. Jesus, if I missed that, I would have punched someone in the face. What a bad run. That's it, I can't get a PB now. Which means I swear to God, I hope you don't get BLJs that quick. I'm such an asshole. Or I hope I just get them faster than you, I guess is the proper way of saying that. That's pretty much how he has to do it. Oh. Oh, you got it first try! Nice, nice. Fuck. Okay. Come on. Believe in the heart of the cards. Okay, that would have been too late. That felt a bit weird. I don't know if that's gonna go through. Okay. That's definitely not going in. And I lost the run. Ah! I hate when it basically shows you that it should go in, because... Okay. Bad run. Alright, GG's. No, you. Emily, this is tense, okay? Have you ever sped run a game? It's Friday. There's no school tomorrow. Don't be up on my butt. Hey, hey, don't call my sister a monkey. I'm the only monkey here. Bro, if that doesn't go in, I'm punching the wall. Okay. I was about to punch the wall, bro. What the hell? Emily's sister. Yes. Rip. Yeah. It's because she's directly above me, so she just hears me. Yahoo! 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 Maybe I do need the metronome. Bro! Fuck. I know it's as annoying as it is to you as it is to me, bro. Get in the hole! Get in the hole! Oh my fucking god. I almost died. That's what she said. True. He keeps missing, I guess. I don't know how many throws he's on, though. Does anyone know? Does anyone know if I have a chance? Oh my god, I didn't even see where I was jumping, bro. Come on. Oh! He missed. What this? Lobok Obesian? What are you saying, bro? Racial racism in 2022. Lol. He keeps missing, bro. What the hell? Ooh, that would have been death. Okay. Okay. He keeps missing, bro. How? Is he doing it on... Ah! Stop talking, Ping. No way I have a chance of coming back right now. Throwing for content. Imagine. He missed. Bolshoi Shariki. Okay, I'm not reading that right now. I don't have time to read that. It suck. Thing is, I call everyone monkey though. Louder? You want me to scream louder and annoy her more, Josh? I will not. Let's go. Okay. How many throws is he on? Does anyone know? Is he on his last one? Wait, it would be a triangle if he was on his last one, right? I'm on my last one. Yo, if I beat him, guys. Oh shit, is that his last one? I was watching his stream too much. Shit, it was his last one. Bro, look how close I was, though. You can't even lie, bro. How close was that? Oh my god. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I was like 9 seconds behind. Oh my god, you missed 5 times. I missed once. If I didn't miss one time, I would have beaten you. Yeah. Большой шарики обезьяне. Пу. You got a 27-27? Oh, so it's 20 seconds. Oh no, but yours is you do your runs differently than you start a bit later, so I would have for sure beat you if I got the first throw. Or it would have been insanely close. And that would have been even crazier. Oh, it looks so nice in blue. I think that was my last run of the day. I'm getting pretty tired, guys. I timed from the logo appearing. I timed from when I press start. So yeah. All right, guys. Thanks for being here. I love you guys being here. I think Fridays are the best days to stream. I think you guys like it. I'm just gonna roll the credits here. Okay. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for everyone who subscribes all the time. Josh, thanks for the sub today. You know, mods, Dr. Nathan. Apparently Diego's not there. Subscribers, thanks all of you for subscribing. You know, thanks for viewing me, guys. Should I have a slap option thing? What do you mean slap? Like I slap myself? Or ass and boobs? Which one? Ass or boobs would be more appropriate there. Face. That's the one. But thank you guys so much. I know I kind of ended stream. I'm ending stream out of nowhere, but I'm getting really tired. I'm going to do either A, some work, or some more Mario. Nice. Ass? Yeah. Butt is better to me, too, if I had to choose. All right. Have a great night, guys. And thanks for being here. And I loved seeing you, Josh. It's been a while. And everyone else as well. You have a great night as well. This one was for all... No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Next time will be for the